Inspired by the Hero. Written by Elle. Published by Faith Writes Publishing. Narrated by Emily Norman and Nick Flesher. Chapter 1. Another wedding, another singles table. Gage found his place card beside his sister's and sat. He listened as Carly chatted with the willowy blonde seated to her left. The girl was young. Everyone his age was married, so they were seated with the other adults. Though he couldn't recall her name, Chrissy, Cassie, Callie, he'd seen her around. She'd worked at the Mountain Mug for a while, so he chatted with her when he stopped in for a coffee. The girls quieted down as the best man's spoon clinked against his glass. Gage ran his index finger along the edge of his water goblet. He'd somehow made it to 37 without a serious girlfriend, a problem that wasn't easily solved. Glancing around, he took inventory. There were no unmarried women in his age bracket in the room save his sister. Laughter and applause filled the banquet hall, but he couldn't recall a single thing said during his toast. Once the dancing started, he found a quiet corner from which to people watch. A few grown men attempted the chicken dance, teasing a grin from him. Carly pulled him out on the dance floor for a slow dance, and he obliged. Her boyfriend, Tom, was working the event, so there wouldn't be any dancing for the couple. The music changed from I Hope You Dance to a song with a faster pace that he didn't recognize, so he stepped back, earning a frown from Carly. He lifted his hands palms up and shrugged his shoulders. To say he had no rhythm would be an understatement, and he wasn't about to make a fool of himself in front of half the town of Freedom. Gage laughed softly at Danny, wandering around, checking on everything. He was supposed to be a guest, but couldn't turn off his restaurant manager persona. His old buddy was a workaholic. It was a good thing that his wife didn't mind. The mother of the bride brushed past Gage, and he fought the urge to wave off the cloud of perfume that remained in her wake. Bryce sidled beside him and jabbed him in the ribs with an elbow. "Having fun?" Gage glanced at his watch face. "I'm ready to roll. A storm is brewing out there. Just be glad they're only calling for a few inches. Avalanche season is right around the corner. Don't I know it? You sticking with C-Rad this year? I would have lost Sabrina and Darren if it hadn't been for C-Rad. I'll remain on the team as long as I can do the work." Gage considered that possibility. He had a lot of good years left in him, and no desire to leave the team, but hadn't considered it a long-term thing. If he ever had a family, as unlikely as that prospect was, he figured he'd quit so he could spend time with them. But Bryce had a good point. Gage had been dating Sabrina around the time of the avalanche that nearly claimed her life. She lived through the ordeal. Not everyone who got close to him could say the same. The band finished playing their rendition of How Sweet It Is, and an announcement came over the loudspeaker calling all the single ladies to the floor for the bouquet toss. They were always good for a laugh, so he positioned himself near the end of the dessert bar to observe. The bride grinned before turning around and beginning the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bouquet took flight, and a few calla lilies fell to the ground as it soared over the dance floor. The blonde from his table went airborne and snatched it. Her body twisted away from the dessert table, and he stepped left simultaneously. Her body slammed into his. The force of the impact knocked him off his feet. He collided with a table laden with confections. The girl clutched the bunch of flowers like they were a trophy. He looked down at her knee, and she removed it from his stomach with an apologetic look. She stood and reached for his hand. "Are you okay?" He ignored her hand and pushed himself up from the floor, wiping cream filling from the seat of his pants as he stood. A grin tugged at the corners of Gage's mouth, at the raspberries stuck in her fancy updo, but he fought not to let his amusement show. He wouldn't want her to think he was laughing at her. She released a full-out belly laugh, and he chuckled. "I assume you didn't bring a spare suit." "No." He kept a spare at the office for emergencies, but never dreamed he'd need one at a wedding reception. Grabbing a handful of napkins, she swiped at his suit jacket. "I'm such a klutz. I can't believe myself sometimes." He took the napkins from her and wiped the cream from his hands.
Gage's intense blue eyes bore into Casey's, and her hand stilled. For a split second, she thought he would brush the stray hairs from her face. But he plucked a raspberry from her hair and held it out. "There are more. I think I'll visit the ladies' room." His smile set her pulse racing, but she reminded herself that Carly's brother was off limits. She would not allow herself to fall for him again, or any other man from Freedom for that matter. She'd heard the rumors about Gage Buchanan, and as sexy as she found the Army veteran, she had no intention of getting involved. She'd never escape her past if she did that. No, she needed to leave this town and all the people in it. She plucked the rest of the fruit from her hair, cleaned a smear of chocolate from her cheek, and reapplied her makeup, adding a dab of strawberry gloss to the center of her bottom lip for shine. Then she wended her way through the dancers on the floor, hoping to find Gage to apologize for clumsiness. The bride grabbed her by the wrist and yanked her in the opposite direction. "Oh, good, I found you. You caught the bouquet, so I need you up here with me. I know it's a silly tradition, but George is going to toss the garter, and whoever catches it will place it on you." Casey bit her bottom lip. She wasn't comfortable with the idea of some strange guy putting his hands all over her. The act was entirely too personal and intrusive. On the other hand, she didn't want to disappoint the bride and groom who had planned this event for their wedding. If only she hadn't caught the flowers. It was a silly thing to do. She hadn't wanted to see the bouquet ruin the wedding cake, and if it had continued on its trajectory unimpeded, it would have landed smack dab on top of the gorgeous 4-tiered cake. The choices were save the cake or save herself and the rest of the dessert table. She'd chosen to rescue the cake. It may not have been the wisest decision.
Only 4 guys stood on the dance floor waiting for the bouquet toss. Gage stood back to watch the scene play out. George removed the garter from just above his bride's knee, leaving her modesty intact. As he swung the bit of silken lace around his index finger, someone shoved Gage from behind. He swiveled to find Carly grinning from ear to ear. As he turned back around, the thing flew toward his face. Instinctively, he snatched it from the air. Releasing an agitated breath, he scowled at his sister. The blonde from earlier took a seat in the chair the bride had occupied seconds earlier. Heaven help him. Gage swallowed hard. They expected him to put the garter on her toned, shapely, partially uncovered leg. He wiped his sweaty palms on his slacks, and more cream filling covered them. George handed him a napkin, and he cleaned his hands before kneeling before her. This might go down in history as the most embarrassing night of his life. The bride winked. "Aren't you glad a cute guy caught the garter, Casey?" Casey. That was her name. Not that he'd needed to know her name. She wasn't the barista at Mountain Mug anymore, so he didn't expect to see her again anytime soon. Her gaze slammed into his, and he sucked in a breath as she lifted her leg. "Are you sure this is okay?" He kept his voice low. She shrugged. She clearly wasn't comfortable with the antiquated ritual either, but the crowd pressed in around them, so he did his duty and slid the piece of fabric up her leg until he reached her knee, and then stopped, leaving it to her to pull it up the rest of the way. Her smile filled him with gratitude, making him glad he'd got the garter after all. She rose from the chair, grabbed his hand, and gave a little bow before dragging him across the room toward what remained of the dessert table. "I owe you an apology." "For what?" "Slamming into you earlier." "It's fine." "I'm sorry about your suit." "Don't sweat it." Thump. He turned to identify the sound as a shout tore through the banquet hall. He surveyed the room looking for the source and found Carly collapsed on the dance floor with Ashley standing over her. He ran over and knelt beside her. "What happened?" Ashley pushed the hair away from Carly's forehead. We were talking when her pallor suddenly changed. She didn't look well, so I was about to suggest she find a seat, but before I could, she collapsed. Someone should get Thomas." "Why don't you go get him? I've got her," Gage said. Casey knelt beside Gage. "Please step back and let me assess her condition." Assess her condition? What qualified a barista to render medical care? Gage's forehead scrunched as he frowned at the girl he'd so recently connected with. "I'll call an ambulance." Ashley was out of breath when she returned with Thomas and handed Casey her purse. Casey pulled a stethoscope from it. Who carried one of those to a wedding? His sister's eyes fluttered open, but Casey kept a hand pressed to her chest to keep her down. "You passed out. Your heart rate is elevated. We need to get you to the hospital for some tests and blood work to find out what's going on." Carly smiled wanly. "I'm fine. It happens all the time. It's probably from not eating. Blood sugar. That wouldn't cause tachycardia." "She was dancing. That would raise her heart rate, wouldn't it?" Gage asked. "Yes, it would, but it's been 15 minutes since she last danced," Casey said. Apparently, she'd paid more attention to his sister than he had. An EMT came in with a stretcher, and Carly protested as they tried to load her onto it. "I can walk." After a few minutes of debate, they let her walk out. The ambulance waited under the portico in front of the lodge's massive staircase. Carly gripped Gage's arm and he pulled her toward the handicapped ramp to the right of the stairs. She gave him a quizzical look, probably wanting to remind him she could still navigate stairs, but he worried she might pass out again. The last thing she needed was a tumble down the stairs. Thomas wrung his hands as he shuffled along beside them. When they reached the open rear doors of the ambulance, Gage turned to Casey. "I can drive Carly to the hospital. They needn't take her there." Carly gave him a grateful smile, but Casey sent him a glare, so he raised his hands in the air and turned to his sister. "She's scary. You deal with her."
Casey narrowed her eyes at Gage Buchanan. How dare he call her scary when she was helping his sister? The man was infuriating. One minute she wanted to stare into his dreamy eyes, and the next she wanted to pluck those gorgeous eyelashes out one by one. Few people could get under her skin the way he did. She'd learned a long time ago to keep everyone at arm's length. Somehow he'd gotten past her defenses. It harkened back to the crush she'd had on him when she was a kid. He hadn't upset her, not really. Yes, his attitude annoyed her, but she wasn't infatuated with his over-the-top masculinity anymore, so he didn't have the power to hurt her. She wanted nothing to do with the man. His presence was as welcome as that of an ant at a picnic. If he would remove himself from her orbit, she'd be thrilled. She took a step back and sucked in a deep breath of air as the ambulance doors closed. There would be a cardiologist on call, so she didn't need to drive all the way there. But for her own peace of mind, she would. Thomas looked forlorn as he stared after the ambulance. She placed a hand on his back. His eyes searched hers for answers. "I'm going to head over there. You can ride with me." He nodded. Gage sidled up next to her, and she bit her tongue to keep from snapping at him. "Where are they taking her?" "Martin County Veterans Memorial Hospital." "I'm going to drive out there so I can bring her home." "I'm going to admit her." "You're not a doctor." "No, I'm not. I'm a certified PA. I specialize in cardiology, and I have admitting privileges at the hospital where they're taking Carly. In fact, it's where my office is located." "Aren't you a barista?" "That job put me through school." She could imagine how dumbfounded he'd been when she'd pulled out her stethoscope. Gage seemed to be the exception to everyone knowing everything about everyone else in freedom. He mustn't keep up on the latest gossip, or he would have known she'd graduated and was working as a PA. It might be a point in his favor if she were looking for a man. She wasn't. Not until she escaped this town and all the people in it. A stab of guilt went through her. Her mother loved freedom, but Casey couldn't stand the stares and sneers any longer. Getting away was the only plausible answer. Nobody knew anything about her family in Denver. She could start over there.
Chapter 2. He should have parked on the street. The walls of the parking structure closed in on him as he wound his way up several floors, searching for an empty spot. He forced his breathing to slow as he backed his Mercedes into a narrow slot between two pickup trucks, both of which hung over the painted lines, making the space even tighter. 6 years earlier, he'd come to visit Carly after she'd been brutally beaten by her then-boyfriend, who'd been using her to get information about her boss, Danny. It had been a rough night, but Gage and Danny mended old wounds. They weren't as close as they'd been before he'd wrecked things, but they'd renewed their friendship that night. A knot formed in his stomach when he thought about all his sister had been through over the years. She certainly didn't need health problems on top of everything else. Inside the ER, the mixture of antiseptic, deodorizer, and sweat greeted him. He checked with the front desk and they told him to wait. He took a seat next to Thomas, who appeared to be praying. When he raised his head, their eyes met and Gage sank into the chair beside him. "I guess we'll hear something soon." "Yeah," Thomas said. A few minutes passed before a doctor in a white coat came out and spoke with the receptionist. As she turned toward him, he realized it was Casey, not a doctor. He hurried across the room. "How did you get here so fast?" "I followed the ambulance." He looked down at his shoes before returning his gaze to her eyes. "I'm sure Carly appreciates you coming all this way." "She's getting an EKG now. We'll keep her overnight on a heart monitor. That might help us find out what's going on." "You don't know what's wrong with her?" "I have my suspicions, but I'll keep them to myself until I can confirm them. In the meantime, I'd like for her to have a tilt table test, but they may be scheduling a few weeks out." He crossed his arms over his chest. Waiting a few weeks was unacceptable. If they couldn't do the test there now, he'd find someone who could do it sooner. If an actual doctor thought Carly needed that test, she shouldn't have to wait weeks to get answers. If Casey suspected something specific, she should come right out and say it. Casey placed a hand on his arm. "I'll take you back to see her if you'd like." He swallowed a lump in his throat. Carly smiled up at him when he entered the curtained-off area. "Are you here to spring me?" "Casey wants you to stay overnight for observation." "I told her this wasn't anything new. I don't know why everyone's making such a fuss." "You haven't mentioned it before." She gave him a wry smile. "I didn't want to worry you." "Have you seen a doctor?" "No. Honestly, I thought it was a blood sugar thing. It gets better if I sit down and have a glass of juice." "I Googled it, and there's a world-renowned cardiologist in Denver. Maybe we can get you an appointment with him." "Slow down. Let's take this one step at a time. I'm not sure I need that type of specialist at this point. I'm perfectly happy to be treated by Casey." "She hasn't been in her field long." "Which means her education is fresh, and she knows all the latest developments." He doubted his sister's assessment, but kept his opinions to himself. He wasn't trusting her health to a recent graduate, and he'd be far more comfortable if Carly were under the care of a medical doctor, but he'd wait until morning to press the issue. Their father appeared in the doorway, and Gage stood. "Sir?" "Thanks for the call, son." Gage faced his sister. "Do you need anything before I go?" "I'll be all right." "I'll give you a ride home when they release you tomorrow." "It's been a long night," their dad said. Gage nodded. "It has." He squeezed Carly's hand. "I'll come get you in the morning." "See you then, sis." He glanced his father's way. "Good night, Pops." "Stop by tomorrow night. I have something I want to discuss with you." Most likely business-related stuff. His father didn't understand the meaning of retirement and continually pressured Gage to run things his way.
Carly had barely kept her eyes open on the drive back to freedom. She dropped Thomas off at his house. The exhaustion was overwhelming, so she turned up the radio and opened a window to keep her alert. She longed for her pillow. When she stepped up onto the porch, she noticed the door was slightly ajar. Strange. Call 911 would be wise, but she didn't want them to think she was being a hysterical woman. They'd never believe that she'd locked it when she left for work that morning. No, she'd take her chances and go inside. It was better than dealing with the cops. No good ever came from that. She pushed the door the rest of the way open and went inside. Nothing appeared out of place. In the kitchen, she found her tabby cat meowing next to her empty bowl. Scooping her up into her arms, she nuzzled the cat. "Do you smell something funny? Was someone in here, Hazel?" Did talking to one's cat qualify them as insane? She hoped not, since she did it almost nonstop. Casey searched her small house room by room and didn't find any signs of an intruder, save the open front door and a faint hint of cigarette smoke. Her thoughts strayed to the wedding she'd attended earlier that evening. Gage Buchanan. If she had someone at home waiting for her, she wouldn't be dealing with a break-in on her own. Gage was the kind of man who would protect her. He might have a sullied reputation, but it was no worse than hers, so she ought not to listen to the rumors. There might be truth in them, but there was no way to know for sure. She shook off the thoughts of Gage. He wasn't in the market for a wife. If he had been, he'd be married by now. Besides, his life was in freedom, and she planned to make her escape as soon as possible. If things went her way, it would be any day now. She had to squelch her attraction to the Army veteran turned CEO. She had her interview at Rocky Mountain Pediatric in the morning, and nothing would alter her plans.
The next morning, Gage pulled into his sister's driveway. "All I'm saying is I'd feel better if you'd keep the appointment I made for you in Denver. I'm probably working that day. I didn't give you the date yet." "Well, I'll make sure I'm working then." Her tone was combative. "I'm not interested in seeing some specialist in Denver." She folded her arms across her chest. "You need to do what's best for your health. I'm a grown woman. I can make my own decisions." "That's working out great for you, huh? Passing out left and right and not even telling your family so we can help?" "This is exactly why I didn't tell you." She huffed out a breath. "You immediately go into hero mode and try to rescue me. I don't need my overprotective big brother to save me. I'm fine." "You didn't look fine laying in that hospital bed with a heart monitor attached." Her tone softened, and she squeezed his hand. "You should go." "Carly, don't. We can talk more later. I'm tired. I want to get inside, put a pot of coffee on, and veg out on the couch watching old movies." "Do you really think coffee is a good idea with the tachycardia?" She scowled, then opened the passenger door and waved as she made her way inside. His agitation grew as he drove to Mountain Mug to pick up his own cup of java. His sister infuriated him. Couldn't she see he was trying to help? If there was something seriously wrong, it was best to discover the source quickly before her condition worsened.
Casey tapped her nails on the table beside her as she waited to be called in for her interview. The antiseptic hospital scents mingled with the receptionist's flowery perfume, giving the air a chemical taste. The girl behind the desk stood. "Dr. Black will see you now." "Thank you." Casey rose and followed the woman to a conference room where a dark-haired man awaited her. She presumed it was Dr. Black, the head of cardiology for Rocky Mountain Pediatric Hospital. He strode over, reaching his hand out. "You must be Casey Crawford." "That's me." "Have a seat. Can I get you a coffee or a bottle of water?" "No thanks, I'm fine." "Let's get to it then, shall we?" 35 minutes later, Dr. Black showed her around the hospital, introducing her to residents, nurses, and other staff members. By the time she arrived at her car, she'd convinced herself that the interview went well. He told her she would hear something by Christmas, so now it was a waiting game. A cloud of cigarette smoke assaulted her as she slid into the driver's seat. Someone had been there. The same someone who'd been inside her house. She should call the police. But what would she tell them? They would think she was crazy if she told them she called because she smelled cigarettes. Pushing away her fears, she flicked on her radio. To protect and serve, that's what we expect from our law enforcement community. Today, Freedom learned that one of the men often dubbed Freedom's finest. Casey smacked the power button and jumped out of her car. She examined her back seat. Empty. She climbed back into the driver's seat and pressed the eject button. A CD. It was a recording of a news segment from her father's arrest 10 years earlier. Maybe there were fingerprints. Doubtful, but not impossible. But if she called the cops, she'd be opening herself up to even more pain and heartache.
Monday morning, the air was rich with the scent of roasted coffee beans when Gage entered Stories and Scones, after stopping by Carly's house to check on her. He ordered a large black coffee with an extra shot of espresso and ambled over to the two guys from his veterans group seated at the back table. Danny made eye contact. "Glad you could join us." "Can't stay. Board meeting." "I can only stay for a few minutes myself, and Bryce bailed on today's meeting." Gage eased himself into a chair beside Van and huffed out a breath. "How's Carly?" Danny asked. "Stubborn and hard-headed." Danny chuckled. "Tell me something I don't know." Danny and Van both worked with his little sister. They might have some insight on her health condition. "Have either of you noticed any issues with Carly's health?" "She gets lightheaded occasionally. Said it was her blood sugar." "Carly's been passing out frequently. Have you been around when it happened?" "Only the other night at the reception. It must happen before work. Likely before she eats," Danny said. "Maybe." How had his sister gotten the blood sugar thing into her head? She probably Googled her symptoms and thought it fit. Those online health websites could be dangerous when they prevented someone from reaching out to professionals for a real diagnosis. "I've got to run." "Will you be at CRAD training?" "Lord willing." He drove to the office and mulled over what to do about Carly's refusal to see a doctor. She was a grown woman. He should leave it alone. But her stubbornness got on his nerves. When he arrived, he took the elevator to the 20th floor. His CFO, Walter, was waiting inside his office when he arrived. Walter greeted him with a handshake before getting down to business. He was adamant that they needed to expand by purchasing several new properties across the state. He clasped a hand on Gage's shoulder. "I don't know why you're going against branching out. Your father wanted to expand further, so this opportunity should be a welcome one. My dad isn't CEO. I am. I know it's a scary prospect, but the shareholders have spoken." The plush carpet underfoot muffled the sound of Gage's pacing. "Carly and I are still the majority shareholders. For now, but if a few of the others join forces, they could outvote you," Walter said. "Do you think that'll happen?" "It's a distinct possibility. The important thing is for you to do what is best for Freedom Mountaineering. I wouldn't steer you wrong. This is a smart move. Opening a store in Boulder will help solidify us as Colorado's leading outdoor adventure outfitters. I would have been happy to stay small with a single shop in Freedom." Gage sank into his leather desk chair. "Your dad had bigger dreams. He wanted to go national, even looked into opening in Vermont. He still wants that, but we'll be sticking with the Rockies as long as I remain CEO." Gage frowned. Walter nodded. "I know that's your preference, but this is a growing company, and I don't think it's achieved its potential. You have a responsibility to the shareholders to see that it does." Walter turned the door handle and looked over his shoulder. "Don't forget that." Chapter 3. Tuesday evening, after another long day at the office, Gage pushed open his front door. Bullet, his German Shepherd dog, nearly bowled him over as he pushed open the front door. He bent down to accept the dog's kisses and greet him properly. "You ready for your walk, boy?" Bullet's tail wagged harder while he waited for Gage to grab his leash. They took off down the trail behind the cabin. If he followed it to the end, it would take him to his childhood home. He wasn't sure he was up for a visit with his father, but he had asked him to stop over, and Gage wanted the old man's help to convince Carly to see the specialist in Denver. Arriving at the house, he let himself in the back door. "Dad?" he hollered. "In my office." When he reached the office, he found his dad on a ladder, pulling down picture frames. "What's going on in here?" "Your mother wants to turn the office into a sewing room." The strange comment made him take a step back. "Mom's been gone for 20 years. His dad gave him a blank stare. He was too young to be experiencing Alzheimer's disease, wasn't he? Something was going on, and he'd have to get to the bottom of it. It wasn't bad enough that Carly wasn't well, now his father wasn't himself either. "Are you feeling all right, Pops?" "Why wouldn't I be?" "I was hoping to talk to you about something. Let's go into the kitchen." He trailed him into the kitchen, where Bullet was lapping up fresh water from the bowl left out for him. "Bullet, come here, boy." The dog spun around and sped over to Gage's dad, who knelt down to greet him. He might not remember that his wife was dead, but he remembered the dog's name. That was something. Maybe he'd misunderstood his father. It was possible the sewing room was something she'd wanted when she was alive, and he wanted to fulfill her desire despite her departure from this world. It made little sense to him, but it didn't have to. Pops was fine. Nothing wrong with the old man. Gage needed to focus on his sister. "Did Carly mention to you that the fainting spells that landed her in the hospital have been happening for some time?" "I thought it was just the one." "I'll take that as a no. She hasn't mentioned it." "Is she okay?" his father asked. "That's what we're trying to find out, but she's being stubborn about seeing an actual doctor." "Why wouldn't she want to see a doctor?" "She has an acquaintance who is a physician's assistant, and she thinks she's good enough. Doesn't understand why I think she needs to see a specialist." "Doesn't the PA she's seeing specialize?" "Well, yeah. She specializes in cardiology, but I meant an expert, a cardiologist. I can get her an appointment with the world-renowned doctor in Denver, but I can't get her to agree to it." "I'll talk to her." "Thanks, Pops. I'd better get home." "What's the hurry? Let's order a pizza and wings and sit down to watch the ball game." "Sure," he smiled. "Why not?" He had things to do at home, but his father was lonely since retiring, and it was better to keep him company now than to have him interrupt the next board meeting. He drove into town to pick up the food, and they sat in companionable silence, staring at the television while they ate. Gage's mind wasn't on the game. He was worried about his father. He had to be fine. Gage wiped a drop of sauce from his chin with the paper napkin. "Have you talked to Walter recently?" "No, he moved away." Gage frowned. As far as he knew, Walter was living in the same place he'd lived for the past 10 years. One of them was wrong. He'd look into it first chance he got, though.
Casey stopped at her mailbox and fished out the loan envelope, then headed down the driveway. Most of her bills came electronically, so most days her mailbox was empty, save some junk mail. After parking, she pushed through her front door and kicked off her shoes. It had been another challenging day at work, and she was ready for some downtime. When she tossed the envelope on the dining room table, she noticed the return address. Probably a Christmas card. Ashley prided herself on being the first to send them. She slipped a finger under the flap and tore it open. The smiling faces of the Winchester family around a beautifully decorated tree stared up at her. Why did happy families always send these to their single friends? Didn't they realize how much it cut to be reminded again and again how alone they were in the world? Yes, she could be happy for Danny and Ashley, but that didn't change the fact that she and her mother would spend another holiday alone while her father rotted away in prison. If she ever found herself in a serious relationship, maybe some of the sting would ease, but that was unlikely. Now wasn't the time for a man anyhow. Her first priority was her career. This was the season for changing things up and getting out of her comfort zone. She was ready for a fresh start in Denver. Tomorrow was Thanksgiving, and she wasn't supposed to hear about the job until around Christmas. It had only been 2 days, and the wait was brutal. After cooking up some chicken and making a spinach salad to toss it into, she grabbed the latest Marcus Warner novel. Propping the book up in front of her, she picked up her fork. A few lines in, a description of a character's cerulean eyes brought thoughts of Gage to the forefront. She closed the book, frustrated that he'd been on her mind since the reception. Her youthful crush on him had ebbed a long time ago. He'd been off her radar since before she'd left her barista job at the resort. Why did he have to resurface and bring all those unresolved longings back to the surface? He'd barely realized she existed back then, and she was certain she hadn't made an impression on him this time either. At least, not a good one. She cringed at the memory of colliding with him over the dessert table. Take her feelings to God in prayer. That's what her mother would tell her, and that's what she would do. After spending 5 minutes sharing her emotions with her Heavenly Father, she gave up. This time, she needed another way to block Gage from her mind. Praying hadn't helped, nor had reading, so she'd visit her mom. The two of them could watch a couple of sitcoms and relax together. It would be a nice way to end a trying day.
Gage adjusted the base of the Fraser fir while his executive assistant, Misty, looked on. He inhaled deeply. Nothing beat a fresh Christmas tree for getting him in the mood for the season. I don't know why you insist on doing that yourself. It's a tradition. It's a silly tradition, if you ask me. I didn't, he grumbled under his breath. He wanted to tell her to keep her thoughts to herself. Frowning up at her, he asked, Is it straight? She shrugged. I guess. Why he kept her on as his assistant, he couldn't say. She'd been his father's assistant and had come with the CEO job. He could have moved her elsewhere and hired someone more suited to his personality, but instead he put up with her incredible rudeness and let her get away with it. Your sister is waiting in your office. Missy tapped her nails on the edge of the reception desk, earning a glare from their receptionist, Maria. When did Carly get here? Before you dragged this monstrosity into the lobby. You could have mentioned that earlier. She said she didn't mind waiting. I took her at her word. He clenched his fists and kept his thoughts to himself. As he rode the elevator to his office, he considered hiring a new assistant. Walter's assistant gave her notice, and he needed someone familiar with company policy. Who better than Misty? If it all worked out, he could hire someone new. He entered his office to find Carly seated behind his desk, staring at her cell phone. What's up, sis? I heard about the company-wide secret Santa drawing. Is it true that you're refusing to take part? Nobody wants to draw their boss's name. I think you should reconsider. Show some holiday spirit. Bah humbug. He folded his arms over his chest. Is that what you're here for? To harass me? Actually, no. Then what? I know I'm going to regret this, but I need a job that doesn't require standing for long periods. Do you have something at corporate here at Freedom Mountaineering? I need an executive assistant. She shook her head. I'm not qualified. Besides, Misty is your assistant. You're perfectly capable, and once you're up to speed, you'll be running this place without me. You must forget you own a large share of this company, so you could demand a position equal to mine. I want no parts of it, but I need a break from what I'm doing until Casey and I get my heart rate and blood pressure under control. What did Danny say? I haven't told him yet, but I think he'll be supportive. I'm sorry you're going through this. You don't deserve health problems. We all have to live in this sin-cursed world, and I'm not better than anyone else. I'll take whatever the Lord deems appropriate for me. That's a great attitude. I'd be freaking out if I were you. You had your own troubles and handled them better than most. I'm not so sure Danny would agree with you there. He gave her a wry smile. He stopped holding what happened with Ivy against you years ago. But until you let go of the past, you won't be able to move forward. She leaned back in his chair and put her feet on his desk. Speaking of moving on, I sense sparks between you and my doctor. She's a PA. She's a beautiful woman who gets googly-eyed around you in case you haven't noticed. I noticed. Then do something about it. I'm 10 years older than her, and we have absolutely nothing in common. You're both believers. His ears perked up at that. How do you know she's a believer? I used to see her with her Bible out at work a lot. It would sit right beside her school textbooks. I thought she was going for a degree in theology at first. I guess she likes having it with her. That's an admirable quality. Then you'll ask her out? Carly asked. I didn't say that. Maybe we could invite her and her mother to come to Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow. Don't you dare. Why not? It would send the wrong message. We wouldn't want anyone to be under the illusion that we're friendly people who want to share our abundant blessings with others. Get out of my office. When do I start? Monday morning. You make your staff work the Monday following Thanksgiving? Unless they use a vacation day. Maybe I'll do that. She winked as she set her feet on the ground. You can't use vacation on your first day. He tried to give her a stern look, but her laughter made it obvious he'd missed the mark. I'll start Monday, but I'll need off a couple of days around Christmas to plan my menu for Christmas. It's my holiday at the Liberty Grill, and it's too late to ask Ashley to cover for me. She and Danny have plans to go to Pennsylvania and visit her family. Aren't you going to quit that job if you're working here? Not yet. I'm going to cut my hours, but I'll keep working there. Let me get this straight. You're going to increase your hours now that you're not well. She rolled her eyes. See you Thursday at Dad's. You cooking? Unless someone else in this family learned to cook something that doesn't come from a box. It's all you.
Casey pulled the turkey breast out of the oven and opened a can of jellied cranberries. Another holiday with just the two of them. It was great to spend time with her mother, but sometimes she wished they had a larger family. She listened to other families at church talking about their huge family meals, and sometimes it caused an ache in her heart. She'd received a pity call from Gage Buchanan the night before, inviting her and her mom to join them for Thanksgiving. It was embarrassing to think people knew how lonely she was. Unless Carly sensed she had feelings for Gage, and that was why she invited her. Impossible. There was no way she knew. Casey hadn't told a soul. Her mother might have suspected her crush the first time around, but nobody knew how she felt now. Her mom finished stirring the gravy, and they set everything on the table. It looked pretty. It might just be the two of them, but they didn't skimp on the holiday and spend it at a restaurant or with microwaved meals. The two of them wanted to show themselves and the rest of the world that they were a family, even without her dad. Sometimes it didn't feel like it, though. She missed the feeling of being part of a whole family. God was good. He'd blessed them despite her father's mistakes. She might have spent years enduring whispers behind her back, but she'd never gone hungry. Her mother asked the blessing, and they dug into the food. "Oh, honey, this turkey is delicious." "Thanks, Mom. The broccoli casserole's amazing, too." "That was always your dad's favorite." After his arrest, his lawyers had served her mother with divorce papers. She hadn't been willing to sign them at first, but after the urging of her own attorney, she had. Casey was certain her mother had never accepted the allegations against her father to be true. It was understandable. Who would believe that their loved one was a monster who preyed on young women? It was a burden that wasn't easily borne. Her mom was stronger than she'd been. She didn't fall apart. As she told Casey, you keep putting one foot in front of the other and trust God will carry you through the storm to the calm on the other side. Casey was still waiting for the calm.
Chapter 4. Gage strolled into the dining room where Carly had set most of the food on a beautifully decorated table. "Everything looks amazing. It's a shame Casey and Margie couldn't make it." "You didn't invite them, did you?" "I did, but it was too last minute. Casey had already bought a turkey and didn't know what she would do with it if she came here." "She could have stuck it in the freezer." He crossed his arms. "If she wanted to come, she'd be here now. The turkey was an excuse." "Maybe. Definitely." His gaze flicked at Carly. "You shouldn't have invited her. I expressly asked you not to." She shook her head softly. "Someone has to force your hand. She's the first girl you've shown interest in since Sabrina. It's time for you to take a risk." It wasn't true. He dated a few women since then. They hadn't worked out, but he'd tried. He opened his mouth to retort, but closed it again. Forcing himself to moderate his tone so his sister wouldn't accuse him of snapping, he muttered, "Thanks, but no thanks." "Why don't you carve the turkey while I pull Dad away from the football game?" she asked. "Sure thing." His sister meant well. She and Thomas were happy, so she felt like everyone around her needed to be in a relationship to be happy. He understood why she wanted to see him settled, but he wouldn't force something that wasn't there. Yes, Casey was attractive, yes, she was intelligent, and yes, he could see himself with someone like her. But she'd shown little interest in him other than some mild flirting, which he was sure wasn't reserved for him alone. It was a part of her vibrant personality. It meant nothing, so he wouldn't presume there was more to it than there was. Now, if only he could convince Carly to leave it alone. Otherwise, she'd embarrass him. Dinner hit the spot, and when he finished, he pushed back from the table and stood. "I'm ready to head home." "You're not staying for dessert?" "Nah, I'm working tomorrow." He shook his father's hand. "I'll stop by tomorrow night, Pops." "Please tell me you don't have the entire staff at Freedom Mountaineering coming into work the Friday after Thanksgiving," Carly said. "What kind of monster do you think I am?" He kissed her on the cheek. "I'm going in to catch up on paperwork." "Let me pack you up a slice of pecan pie." "Sounds amazing." She cut the slice and put it in a Pyrex storage container. "See you at work on Monday, boss." "We own an equal number of shares, Carly. I'm not your boss." "If I'm going to be your admin, you're my boss." "Executive assistant." "Same difference, only a slightly more highfalutin title." Carly pushed open Gage's office door. He glanced at his watch. 15 minutes late on her first day. If it were anyone else, he'd give them an earful, but he knew taking this job was hard for her. Her request for a job had taken him by surprise. She was determined to make it on her own without their father's help, and she would rather scrub toilets than take an office job. "I briefed Misty on the upcoming changes. She's going to train you this week, and next week she'll transfer to her new job with Walter." "Is she okay with this?" "I think it bothered her until she learned it was you taking the job. I explained I wanted you to work closely with me so you would be prepared to step in as CEO if something happened to me. Or if he followed his calling. Nothing is going to happen to you. Maybe not, but this way you'll know the ropes if anything ever does. I wish you wouldn't talk like that. He used the intercom to call Misty and ask her to join them. Would you be kind enough to get Carly settled? Also, I dictated some letters. They're in my outbox. Misty rolled her eyes as she grabbed the tapes and motioned for Carly to follow her. Once they were gone, Gage looked over the financial reports. Walter was right. They were flush with cash, and it made good sense to use it to invest in new properties to expand their brand. What if they ventured out and failed? He didn't want to destroy his father's legacy. Having Carly there would be good. She could give him another perspective.
Casey scrolled through the radio stations as she cruised down the interstate, but every last one was playing holiday tunes. If she didn't know better, she'd think it was Christmas Eve, yet it was only December 17th. She turned down the volume on her car radio. A line of traffic was stopped ahead, and she needed to slow down. When she pressed her brake, nothing happened. She slammed it down harder, but the road was a steep incline, and instead of stopping the car, her speed increased along with her heart rate. She reached for the emergency brake and yanked it hard while turning her wheel toward the barely existent shoulder. Time slowed as she swerved off the road. The guardrail crumpled like aluminum foil as her car slammed into it. Her breath hitched in her throat when she looked out the driver's side window. She teetered on the edge of the cliff. If she moved an inch, it would be the end. Her heart slammed against her chest. This was how her life would end, unless by some miracle she found a way out of her car before it took a nosedive off the ridge. A tall, thin man appeared at her passenger side window, so she pressed the button to lower it, praying her tiny movement wouldn't cause the car to shift. He tossed her a rope. "Wrap this around your waist. We're going to get you out of there, but I don't want to lose you over the edge, so consider that rope your lifeline." "I don't think the rope will hold if my car goes." "Humor me." She unhooked her seatbelt and slid the loop over her head. "Am I about to die?" "Not if I can help it." "I'm not ready to meet God. I have too many regrets." Panic welled up inside. He bent down closer. "Keeping your movements small, inch yourself toward me." She eased herself a few centimeters to her right and heard the car groaning. "Listen to the sound of my voice. Ignore all other sounds." He stretched his arm into the passenger seat. His Australian accent would make it easy to listen to him under normal circumstances, but right now all she could think about was that she didn't want to take him with her when she plunged to her death. "Run!" The word tore from her throat. If the car went now, it would take both of them with it. "I'm not going anywhere. Give me your hand." Reluctantly, she stretched out her arm. The man grabbed her wrist. "Lock your hand around my wrist. I'm going to pull you out." She released her grip. If the car went, she didn't want to take someone with her over the edge. He held on tight and tugged her free, pulling her arm from the socket. The car slipped. The man stumbled backward, bringing her with him. Her car pitched forward, releasing its tenuous hold and plummeting through the air until finally plunging into the depths of the icy river that ran through the valley below. Casey rolled off her rescuer and onto her back, groaning as she grasped her dislocated shoulder. The man jumped to his feet and reached for her hand. She stared at it. We're in the middle of the highway. And so they were. Traffic was at a standstill, but there was always the chance someone would ram into the line of cars like she'd nearly done and cause a chain reaction. "I'm sorry about your shoulder," he said. You saved my life. She mustered up a half smile. Do you have a name? Noah. Thanks for getting me out of there. Panic constricted her throat. She was in the middle of the highway without a vehicle. The police would eventually show up. Noah must have noticed her panic. Can I give you a ride somewhere? She shouldn't get in the car with a stranger. Her cell phone had been in her car, and her car was at the bottom of the ravine. I don't have my cell. Would you call the police? Sure. I'm positive someone's called 911 by now, but I'll call. That way we can give them your information. He stepped away, but returned a few seconds later and handed her the phone. Once she finished giving her information, she ended the call and gave Noah back his phone. His voice was gentle as he asked, If you don't mind me asking, what made you lose control? Tears filled her eyes. She wasn't sure if the emotion choking her was from Noah's compassion, the after effect of adrenaline, or the realization of how close she'd come to death. It could be any or all three things making her want to curl up in a ball and sob. My brakes didn't work. I didn't want to slam into the row of cars and risk injuring someone else, so I swerved and activated the emergency brake. It's a miracle you survived. Then I suppose you were my guardian angel. I don't know about that, but it's a nice thought.
Gage stared out at the line of traffic and clenched his fist tighter. This was one reason he'd stayed in Freedom, to avoid the congestion the bigger cities dealt with. He couldn't handle it. Carly sat beside him playing on her cell phone, unaware that the freeway had turned into a parking lot. Have you given any thought to seeing that doctor in Denver? About that. Why did you sick doubt on me? I told him about your reluctance to see a doctor. Are you that pig-headed that you somehow think that a PA can't help? You know that Casey would recommend I see a cardiologist if she thought it was necessary. She isn't the type to take on more than she can handle. How can you know that? I've known her a long time. But you two were never close. I know her well enough to know what type of person she is. Fine, we'll do it your way. But if you don't get a clear diagnosis after this test, you need to see a doctor. You are my brother, not my father. That's why I talked to him. I'm an adult in my 30s. I don't answer to him anymore either. Do you answer to anyone? He flicked the radio off and gave her the side-eye. You and Thomas are getting serious. Maybe I should talk to him. Leave him out of this. She gave him her death stare. I don't understand the purpose of this test. I Googled it and saw that they strap you to a table, lift the table to a standing position, and wait to see if you pass out. How does that make sense? I guess we'll soon find out.
By the time Casey got to work after the police finished with her, she was 2 hours behind schedule, but she still had to make calls to have her cards canceled. She was fairly certain it hadn't been an accident, and if it was sabotage, then whoever wanted her dead didn't care who else died with her. She'd cut her wheel and pulled her parking brake, but if she hadn't, she might have slammed into the line of traffic on the interstate. There could have been numerous casualties, including children. The man who hated her wouldn't hesitate to hurt others to get to her. It was a disturbing thought. A few of her patients had rescheduled, but many chose to wait. The hospital's cardiology clinic operated in a factory-like manner, with appointments every 15 minutes. In order to see everyone, she would need to cut their allotted time down to 5 or 10 minutes apiece. That didn't seem fair. She hated that someone was forced to wait for hours for a 10-minute appointment with her. Her first patient of the day was a man with congestive heart failure. If he didn't make some serious lifestyle changes, he would be in trouble. She'd referred him to a nutritionist at his last visit, but he'd failed to show up for his appointment with her. Casey didn't know what else to do about him, So she consulted with the doctor. He basically told her there wasn't anything they could do for a patient who refused to follow their advice. She couldn't accept that. There had to be a way to get through to him. The next patient on her schedule was a diabetic referred by her primary care physician. Casey didn't find any cause for concern, but ordered some testing to be on the safe side. They had diagnosed her last patient of the day with vascular Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. His appointment took far longer than the allotted time. Casey ordered an echocardiogram and ultrasound of his aortic artery. If all went well, he wouldn't have to return for a year, but for someone with his condition, that was a big if. When her schedule finally cleared, she noticed an email from the technicians who administered Carly's tilt table test. She read over the results. The nausea and dizziness on top of the syncope was enough to convince her that Carly had dysautonomia. The elevated heart rate and drop in blood pressure told her it was postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, POTS. There was no cure, but there were treatments that might ease her symptoms. They would need to identify what trigger had brought on the POTS. It could be any number of things. In the meantime, it didn't matter how exhausted Casey was or how much she longed to go home to her warm bed. Carly needed reassurance, so she would give it to her.
Chapter 5. Gage paced the waiting room. Carly had been back there for nearly 2 hours, and she told him the test would only take 30 minutes. A nurse finally came out with a clipboard. "We're ready for Mary Klinger?" He hurried over to her. "Where's my sister?" "Your sister's name?" "Carly Buchanan. I believe we admitted her." "Why was she admitted?" he asked. "Wait here and I'll get you her room number." 20 minutes later, he arrived in Carly's room. "You gave me a scare." "That was one of the worst experiences I've ever had." "How so?" "It started with a feeling I get that tells me I'm about to pass out, but I didn't pass out right away. Instead, I got nauseous and lightheaded and wanted to lie down, but I couldn't because I was strapped to the table. It was a nightmare. Now, maybe you'll be willing to see a specialist. I'm hoping I'll get a diagnosis from that brutal test." He pulled the chair close to Carly and sat. "I hope so, too." Casey appeared in the doorway. Her arm was in a sling, and she had dark circles under her eyes. "I have some news for you." Carly sat up straighter. "Okay, but first tell me what happened to you." "Car accident. I'll be fine." She frowned and tapped her pen on the clipboard. "Now for your news. You have a condition called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, or POTS." "What does that mean?" Gage asked. "It means that Carly's heart rate increases dramatically when she stands, and her blood pressure drops. When she stands for prolonged periods, it causes syncope." "Is there anything that can be done?" Carly asked. "There are effective treatments, but they're individualized. What works for one person may not help another. So we'll have to figure out what works for you. I think the best course of action is to start you off with salt tablets and see if they help. If not, we'll try medication." "I thought too much salt was a bad thing," Gage said. "For most people it is, but for your sister it might offer some relief from her symptoms." "Sounds good," Carly gave Casey a faint smile. "I appreciate you figuring this out. I hope you feel better soon. The tech said your reaction was on the extreme side, so we're going to keep you overnight for observation." "I'd rather go home." "I know you would, but you'll be safer here." After Casey left the room, Carly clutched her pillow to her chest. "I guess I won't get better." "We can get a second opinion." "The test told her what the problem was, so what would be the point?" "What if the test is wrong?" "The test wasn't wrong. It was a horrid test, but it told Casey what she needed to know to give me a diagnosis." "Salt tablets don't sound so terrible." Carly pulled her blanket up around her shoulders. "I guess not." "I'm going to run to the cafeteria and get a bite to eat. Can I bring you anything?" I'm not up for food, but I'm sure they'll be bringing something anyway. Get some rest. I'll check on you soon. Why don't you go home? Maybe after Thomas gets here. You called Thomas? Of course. I'm going to kill you. No, you're not. He smiled. Let someone care for you, sis. He's a good man, and he loves you. He wants to get married. That's a good thing, isn't it? I'm not sure. After watching Dad suffer when Mom died, I don't know if I want any parts of marriage or the grief it brings with it. Most marriages don't end with an early grave. There are plenty of happy marriages and freedom you could look to instead of believing you're destined for a life alone. I guess. Give the man a fighting chance. Thomas filled the doorway. Give what man a fighting chance? You. I'll let her fill you in. Gage kissed Carly's cheek. I'll leave you in Thomas's capable hands. Call if you need anything. His sister nodded, and he closed the door behind him. Maybe Casey knew what she was doing, but he didn't understand why she had to put Carly through such a brutal test. What could it prove? Wouldn't it be better to do a stress test and maybe one of those wearable heart monitors? His sister had confidence in the former barista, so he'd have to wait for her to mess up before he brought up the specialist again.
Casey tried her mother's cell for the 4th time since she'd arrived at work. No answer. There was nobody else she was close enough with to call for a ride. She'd have to sleep at the hospital and figure out how to get another car in the morning, but she had to get someone to feed her cat. She traded keys with her neighbor, Tracy, a while back. Maybe she'd look in on Hazel. Her list of to-dos was getting long. She had to notify her insurance company and didn't want to know how this morning's incident was going to affect her rates. Rubbing her temples, she frowned down at her desk. Coffee. The answer to so many of life's problems. Heading toward the cafeteria, she formulated a plan. If she couldn't reach her mother by 10, she'd stay in one of the on-call rooms for the night. When she reached the cafeteria, she spotted Gage near the vending machines. He looked up as she approached. I'm surprised you're still here. Came down for a coffee. I might stay the night. Why? My car was totaled in the accident this morning. No need to share all the horrific details. Let him think it was an accident, even if she wasn't so sure. I'm without a vehicle, and my mother isn't answering my calls. I can give you a ride. That's sweet of you, but I need to come back here first thing, and there isn't any place to rent a car in Freedom. I'm picking Carly up in the morning, so I need to come back anyway. Let me drive you home. That may be the most words I've ever heard you string together in a single sentence. He smiled. Is that a yes? Yes. Thank you. Sure thing. Did you want to grab a coffee? I was going to, but if I'm going home, I think I'll skip it so I can sleep. He lifted his cup. You're smarter than me. Was there ever a doubt? She tilted her head to the side and smiled. He shook his head. You're trouble. I should warn you. Someone's gunning for me. I've had a break-in at my home and in my car. Stalker? I'm not sure. No worries. I can protect us both if need be. You ready? She nodded, and they headed toward the parking garage.
While Gage might not want Casey to be Carly's healthcare provider, he liked her as a person. The girl had an unending well of energy and enthusiasm that he couldn't fathom. But something was different today. He noticed how subdued she'd been when she visited Carly's room. The break-ins she mentioned were the most likely cause, or it could have been the accident. He hadn't asked her what happened, but deer often ran out in front of vehicles. Sometimes elk or moose were the culprits. If you had a run-in with one of those, you weren't likely to come out of it unscathed. The car was quiet on the drive back to Freedom. Something was going on in Casey's head, but she wasn't sharing her thoughts. When they got into town, she gave him directions and he pulled up in front of her place. He opened the passenger door and waited as she walked down the path to her house. She took something from her mailbox and then unlocked the door. He was about to get back in the car when a gunshot pierced the air. Gage flew to her side and pushed her down. "Get inside and stay low." He needed to locate the source of the gunshots. Hopefully, Casey would call the cops. Another shot whizzed over his head, and he caught sight of a heavy-set man in an Oldsmobile with a bushy beard. The car sped away before Gage could get the license plate. He hurried back to the door and knocked. Casey looked through the peephole and then opened it. A strong desire to pull her into an embrace came over him, but he resisted the urge. "You weren't exaggerating about the threat against you, were you?" She shook her head. "Have you called 911? "Yeah, but I lost my signal and couldn't get them back on the line. I don't get great service here." "No landline?" "Nope." "It's time to get out of here." "I don't have anywhere to go except my mom's house, and I don't want to endanger her." "We can discuss it in the car." "I have to get Hazel." He raised an eyebrow. "My cat." Once the three of them were in the car, he asked, "What's going on, Case?" "I don't know." A shot hit his tail end and he peeled away from the curb. Several more shots pinged his Mercedes. He'd known there was a risk the shooter would return, but he hadn't expected it to happen so fast. "When you said someone was gunning for you, I didn't know you meant literally shooting at you." "This is the first time they've shot at me." "You mentioned an accident. What caused it, a deer?" "My brakes wouldn't work." You think someone tampered with them?" "Didn't say that," he frowned. "Did the police check?" "I don't know." "You mentioned the break-ins." "I don't think so." "You may want to share. Don't forget to mention the shooter." "I'm sorry to drag you into this." "Don't worry about it." "Maybe you should drop me at my mom's house. This isn't your fight." "No way. You already said you didn't want to endanger your mom, so that isn't an option." "I've been trying to reach Mom all day and she hasn't answered her cell. I need to know she's all right." "We'll swing by your place before the cops. I'll keep watch to make sure I'm not followed." "Okay, I guess." "That guy saw my car. If he runs my plates, my house might not be the safest option either. I know somewhere we can stay for the night." He needed to make sure Bullet was cared for. A call to his father would ensure the dog had a place to stay. It was a long shot that the man who shot at them could identify him and figure out where he lived, but he didn't want to endanger his dad by sending him to his place. Nor could he take Casey there and risk her life. He'd call Danny. Danny could handle himself if someone showed up while he was picking up the dog. A quick phone call secured Bullet a place to stay and gave him time to work out what was going on with Casey. Casey gave him directions to her mother's bungalow. The place was dark, so he walked up with her. She used her key to go inside. He waited inside the door while she checked her mother's bedroom and bath. "She's not here." "Is her purse here?" "Good question. Let me look around." She was back a minute later. "I can't find it." "That's good. She probably left of her own accord." "I hope so." Tears filled her eyes. He handed her a cell. "Try calling." "My phone went over the cliff with my car." "I knew you had an accident, but over a cliff? How did you get out?" "A man named Noah rescued me." "Praise the Lord for that." He handed her his phone. "You can use mine." She dialed. A ringing came from the bedroom. Casey hurried in there. "Her phone is plugged in on the nightstand." "Maybe she forgot to take it with her today?" "She's a real estate agent. Her phone is her livelihood." "Could she have taken the day off?" "It's possible." "This is the first place someone will look for you, so we need to get out now." "You're right." Once outside, she locked up behind them. "Can we wait to talk to the cops until the morning?" "It's not a great idea." "I don't think I can handle it tonight." She pulled her hair back into a ponytail. "It's been the longest day of my life. Well, second longest anyway." "Why would someone want to harm you?" She bit her lip. I'm not sure. Give it some thought. Could it be a family member of a patient that didn't make it? Doubt it. He pulled up outside of an old cabin. She had her door open before he could walk around and get it for her. What is this place? It was Sabrina's house before she and Bryce married. He gave her a half smile. She never locked her doors, but she also kept a key under the carved bear near the front door. How do you know that? We went out a few times. And she told you where she kept her key? She thinks locks only kept honest people out. There may be some truth to that. He knelt beside the bear and removed the key from beneath it. Let's get inside. I'll text Bryce to let him know I'm using the place tonight. One of Casey's eyebrows shot up. He's trustworthy, but I won't mention you.
Casey sat beside Gage as he built a fire in the hearth. When it got going, she reveled in the warmth and the feeling of security being with him provided. It was crazy to let herself enjoy his company since it was temporary and nothing could happen between them. Yet in this moment, she wanted more than anything to open up to the brooding male. It wasn't his physique, or even how his thick lashes framed ice blue eyes. There was something about the way he took command of a situation and made her feel safe that made her want to lose herself in him. But that was a fantasy best left unexplored. "You okay?" he asked. "I will be." "What do you think is going on?" She let out a heavy sigh. "The person who broke into my car left a compact disc." "How 1990s of them." "I know." She appreciated his attempt at lightening the mood. "It was a news recording from back when they arrested my father." His forehead scrunched up. "I was deployed, but I heard about it when I returned." "I was a freshman in high school." "How long ago was that?" "Well, let's see. I graduated at 18, and I've been out of school 9 years, so 13 years ago." "I feel old. I'd already been in the Army 6 years when you were a freshman." "I didn't realize you were so much older than me." "Maybe now that you know I'm an old man, you'll stop flirting with me." Her cheeks flamed, and she let out an unladylike snort. "I have never once flirted with you." Of course she had. Maybe not purposely, but what woman alive could be in the same room as Gage Buchanan and not give him some sign that she might want to get to know him better? He was every girl's dream guy. He grinned. "I'm teasing." She couldn't believe they were lightheartedly bantering when her mom could be in some kind of trouble. She hadn't the slightest idea what to do. If she reported her mother missing, the police would deny anything was out of the ordinary and claim that her absence at home and charging cell phone were not evidence of foul play. Yet deep down, something gnawed at her gut. Her mother did not leave home without her phone. "You should get some sleep. Sabrina's bedroom is right through that door." Gage pointed the way. "I won't ask how you know that." "Not in the way you're thinking. Sabrina and I were never intimate." His cheeks flamed. "I helped Bryce do some remodeling here." "Oh." "My tomcatting days were behind me before I dated Sabrina." That wasn't information she needed to know, but it warmed her insides. It was good to know that men could mature and stop treating women like objects. Not all men did that, but the few she'd dated had, which said more about her lack of discernment than it did the character of most men. Chapter 6. Her pulse skyrocketed when she walked into the Freedom Police Station. As a little girl, it was her safe place. She'd visit and spend time with the officers. They treated her like she was their own. Until her dad betrayed them. Since she shared his DNA, she was worthless from that point on and had to prove to people that she wasn't like him, that she wasn't a waste. Back then, she'd wanted to be a cop, but she'd let that dream die, along with so many others. They'd never accept her in the law enforcement community. People who knew about her dad would always look down their noses at her, except for her mom. Trying to control her breathing to avoid a full-fledged panic attack, Casey walked with Gage to the front desk. The officer there looked up. It was someone unfamiliar, so she thanked the good Lord for that small favor. As soon as she gave her name, he crinkled his nose and frowned. It was the same look of disgust she'd seen on so many faces before him. "If you wait here, I'll get the detective." A few minutes later, they ushered her into the back. Gage remained by her side, which surprised her, but they shot at him too, so maybe he needed to give a statement. A familiar face greeted them at the door to the interrogation room. "We'll go in here. The conference room is in use." It was an intimidation tactic. They'd passed by the conference room, and it was empty. "Gage, I'd like to interview you separately." "I'm not leaving Casey's side." He frowned. "Her mother is missing. Someone took pot shots at us, and nobody is taking her other complaints seriously, so I want to make sure you don't blow her off again." Casey wasn't sure if she should appreciate Gage's interference or be offended by it. Did he think she wasn't capable of handling herself with her father's former partner? She might not be, but she didn't want him thinking she was a weakling who couldn't get through a simple interview on her own. The detective took a seat and steepled his fingers thoughtfully. "What other complaints?" Gage turned to face her. "You told them about the break-ins, right?" "Well, no. It was the county sheriff's office who came out to investigate when the CD was left in my car." It took over an hour for the detective to finish interviewing them. A glance at her Apple Watch told her she didn't have enough time to get to work. Late 2 days in a row. Her supervisor would be thrilled. Gage was silent on the drive back to the hospital. She didn't know if that caused his sudden reluctance to chat. Whatever it was driving her batty. She wanted to know what he was thinking. Her mother was missing. Someone shot at her. His sister was in the hospital. There were plenty of topics about which they could converse, but none of them could get the taciturn CEO to speak more than a 1 or 2 syllable answer. As they pulled down the driveway toward the garage, flurries covered the windshield. They'd listened to the weather on the car radio, and there had been no mention of snow, so she was certain it wouldn't amount to much.
Gage tapped his foot impatiently as they waited for Carly's appointment with Casey. It seemed she was running an hour late. He didn't even know why they were there. Couldn't Casey have given Carly whatever prescription she needed before she was discharged? It had only been 2 days since then, so was a follow-up appointment really necessary? She'd planned to drive herself, but she was in no shape to drive all the way to the hospital. When 5 o'clock rolled around, a nurse called Carly into the back, and Gage caught up on emails while she was in the back. When Carly reappeared, he stood and slipped his phone in his back pocket. "How did it go?" "They administered an EKG, and then Casey came in and talked to me about some medication options. She'd like to start me on salt tablets, but if that doesn't work, she mentioned other options." He grunted in response. As they reached the lobby, the lights flickered out, but they immediately flashed back on. A maintenance man, dressed in a blue uniform, hurried past, talking on his cell. "We lost 68. Call Hooper back in." Though Gage had no idea what the words meant, they didn't sound good. He spotted Casey and waved her over. "Was Carly your last appointment?" "Yeah. Sorry for the delay. I've been behind schedule all day." She walked beside him and toward the front doors. "On the elevator, I heard that our main generator went down." "Lights blinked out, but everything seems fine." "The backup generator comes online instantly. There's barely a blip.
Did you ever get a hold of your mother?
Not yet. She looked up at the ceiling and pinched the bridge of her nose.
You're worried.
Who wouldn't be?
What are you up to tonight?
I've been staying at a motel near here until the cops figure out what's happening. He couldn't believe it. Why hadn't he thought to check on her after their visit to the cops? He'd thought she would be all right. It never occurred to him that she had nowhere safe to stay.
I'd feel better if you came with us. We'll drop Carly off and head back to the cabin.
I don't want to impose on your hospitality.
You wouldn't be imposing.
Are you sure? He glanced at his sister and then back at Casey.
I am.
She nodded. Okay. Being this far from town isn't ideal, but I knew I should avoid my house until the cops are able to figure out who tried to shoot me. Someone shot at you? Carly squeaked out. Gage squeezed his sister's shoulder.
I'll explain later.
You better. They reached the doors and he sucked in a breath. Snow. A lot of it. Road crews would be out plowing. Rush hour traffic would demand it. Once they were loaded into the car, he cruised out of the parking garage. The snow was cleared from most of the area surrounding the hospital, so it was a shock when he turned out of the complex and found the county roads covered. The piles on the side of the road proved the plow trucks had been by, but he could tell it hadn't been recently. Once they got out on the highway, they'd be all right. His knuckles turned white when he noticed the white Oldsmobile gaining on him. The shooter had a beard and this guy was clean-shaven, but the reckless driver had a familiarity to him. He'd seen him in the hospital lobby if he wasn't mistaken. The snow continued to fall. It was accumulating fast. There was no way they'd make it to freedom with the snow coming down like it was. The car inched closer. Gage concentrated his attention through the windshield instead of the rearview mirror, just in time to see a big rig swerve. The sedan in front of them slammed on its brakes and he had no choice but to pump his own brakes and veer off the road. Thankfully, there was snow piled there from an earlier plow and they were able to come to a safe stop. The truck passed them before coming to a stop. Carly let out a frustrated grunt. I guess we're not getting home tonight. Gage ignored his sister and concentrated on the man in the black leather gloves, trudging past their car on foot. We're going to have to get there. I'm not sleeping in the car on the side of the road, Carly said. I'm not sure we have much of a choice. Casey shuffled through her purse and pulled out a pack of gum which she held out to Carly. They had no idea the danger that lurked right ahead of them. Unless what? Gage's attention snapped to Carly, but he kept an eye on the man from the Oldsmobile.
Finish your sentence. Unless what?
We may be close enough to Thomas's parents' summer home that we can walk there.
Let's try to call AAA first.
He wanted to get out while they could, but didn't want to get them all cornered on a back road with no witnesses either. There were at least 5 vehicles that he could see stuck on the highway for the foreseeable future. It was probably the safest place to be. He made the call only to learn that it would probably take 4 or 5 hours before they could get to them. It looked like they'd be walking out of here after all, but he'd feel much better about doing so if the guy from the Oldsmobile left first. Whether or not Carly was right about them being near a familiar house didn't matter. They needed to find somewhere to spend the night. They were too far from freedom to get there on foot. Why the freak storm today of all days? Didn't all of them have enough issues? He wanted to rail on God, but what good would it do?
This was another day for the books. The forecast hadn't called for snow, but it was coming down with a speed she'd never seen. Gage didn't focus on the weather. He was staring through the windshield, watching a middle-aged man in an Oldsmobile. You seem distracted. I'm trying to place that guy. I think he was at the hospital, but I don't think that it's the only place I've seen him. If he's the shooter, maybe we should get out of here, she said with a pinched expression. He'll follow us and kill us where there are no witnesses. Gage tapped the steering wheel. Wait, "What?" Carly asked in a sharp tone. "He's deep in conversation with that trucker. We might manage to sneak away without him noticing." "I doubt that." Carly shook her head. "And you've been worried about my health? I think whatever is going on here takes priority." "I can't disagree with you there." Gage reached into his glove box and pulled out a pistol along with 2 spare magazines. He stuffed the gun into his coat pocket. "I'll go first, so I can get in position to cover you if he shoots." Carly's eyes widened, and Casey reached into the front seat and squeezed her hand. "I'm sorry I got you guys involved in this." "What are we involved in?" She turned away. How could she answer that? If she had any idea why someone was targeting her, she'd tell them, but she didn't. "Stay alert. Wait until I'm out of sight. Then both of you need to leave the vehicle and dash toward the wood line. From there, we'll get as far from here as possible before regrouping." Gage turned off the engine, opened the driver's door, and slowly made his way into the woods. She said a silent prayer, asking for a hedge of protection around them. Casey met Carly's eyes. "You ready?" "As I'll ever be." They opened their doors in unison and dashed toward the woods. Her heart gave a jolt when someone snagged her coat sleeve. "He's following. You and Carly need to go deeper into the woods." Gage turned his attention back to the highway, and she grabbed Carly by the arm and stumbled through the snow away from him. The racing in her pulse was almost audible. 45 minutes passed before Gage caught up with them. "There's no way to cover our tracks in snow this deep." "Maybe the additional snowfall will cover them." "Not enough to hide them from an experienced tracker. Let's hope the man trying to kill you isn't one." Carly spoke for the first time since they'd left her brother behind. "I don't know how to find the house." "I didn't expect to find it, sis." "What are we going to do?" "We find a place to stay for the night." "How do you propose we do that?" "There are hundreds of old cabins around here, many of them abandoned. A few may even have power and telephone." "Even if we find a place on the power grid, it's unlikely they'll be able to get help to us tonight." Casey shivered. She hadn't dressed for the weather since she didn't plan to be going for a walk in a blizzard when she'd gotten ready for work the day before. Her fingers were little frozen popsicles. They might be walking in circles for all they knew. They'd been trudging through the snow for ages, and they hadn't passed a single house. Lost in the wilderness of Colorado in a blizzard, no sign of the house Carly mentioned, and the only living thing they'd seen was a lone elk. "Look through there," Gage pointed. She saw nothing. "What do you see?" "I could be wrong, but I think it might be a house." "Let's check." Carly hurried ahead of them. "Nothing stops that girl, huh?" "Except fainting spells." "I don't think anyone could claim they stopped her. She's an Energizer bunny." Carly turned around and grinned. "It's only an outhouse." "That could mean there's a house nearby." Casey couldn't feel her feet. Her clothes were soaked through and she was sweating from exertion. If they continued much longer, hypothermia and frostbite would compound their troubles. Gage pointed to a half-fallen-down structure hidden by snow-coated tree limbs. "I don't think that's going to offer much in the way of shelter." "Does that mean we keep going?" Carly asked. "It does."
Chapter 7. The snow kept falling. It was up to his sister's knees. She was going to collapse if they had to keep going much longer. The light from the highway had long since vanished, and stumbling through the dark woods wasn't getting them anywhere. If they were going to make it out of the wilderness alive, they needed to find shelter. He should have made do with the half-fallen-down house they'd passed. They could have turned it into a decent shelter for the night, but he'd been cocky thinking they'd find something better. Carly tripped and fell face first into the snow. He helped her up. I landed on something. I'm not sure what it is, but we should check. The idea of wasting time figuring out what she tripped over made little sense, but he gave in and kicked away as much of the snow as he could. Just an old game camera. I was hoping it was a sign that we were getting closer to civilization. It might just be. He pointed to a dark, hulking structure. We'll stay here tonight. He trudged up the front stairs to the darkened house. He found the door locked, so he tried a window. No luck. Another. Still nothing. I'm going to check the side of the house. Carly followed. The third slid open with ease. I'll go in and unlock the door. Carly shimmied herself into the opening. Gage rejoined Casey at the door. Carly's inside. She'll open the door. The words were no sooner out of his mouth than the door creaked open. He shuffled inside behind Casey and closed the door against the increasing wind. Finding a light switch, he flicked it on. No light. The storm could have knocked out the power, or the owners might have turned off the power at the panel box. Since he didn't know where it was, he'd have to rifle through drawers to see if he could locate a flashlight. He found his way to the kitchen and 3 minutes later had a flashlight in hand. He flicked it on, but it remained dark. Dead batteries. Perfect. It took a few more minutes to find a candle and some matches. The faint light was enough to see his way around, and he soon found fresh batteries for the flashlight. He found the utility room and accessed the panel box. No luck. Power was out. There was no dry wood for starting a fire, and the power outage meant no heat. Casey and Carly both shivered. I'm going to look around for some blankets. He found several in a linen closet near the bathroom. When he returned, Carly was curled up on the sofa. You should both get your wet clothes off. Wrap yourselves in these. He set the blankets on the arm of the couch. There's a bathroom right through there. He pointed with the flashlight and then handed it to Casey. Shouldn't you do the same? Casey asked. I will. He smiled. Ladies first. The women shuffled down the hall and he went back into the kitchen. He should be able to find them some kind of sustenance. It took some rummaging around, but he found canned fruit and stale crackers. It wasn't much, but it would suffice. There was no manual can opener, so he used his pocket knife to cut through the metal and poured the fruit into 3 bowls. When he returned to the living room, the girls were back and bundled in blankets. He handed them each a bowl and spoon and set the crackers on the coffee table. You found food, Carly made the simple statement before devouring her peaches. Let's get some rest. It's unlikely anyone is going to find us tonight since it's hard to follow tracks in the dark, but at first morning light we'll need to reassess our situation. Hopefully the power will be back on at that point, Casey yawned. That would be good. He didn't mention that the more isolated the area, the less likely it would be a priority for the electric company. No sense in stressing out the girls.
Casey glanced down at her smartwatch. Morning had arrived, and she could see her breath in the frigid room. Carly remained curled up on the love seat, sleeping. Gage had disappeared. There were no sounds coming from anywhere inside, so he was probably outside checking to make sure they weren't followed. A sigh escaped. What might her mother be doing? Was she safely tucked into her warm bed? Or was she being held captive somewhere? Or worse. Forcing the disturbing thoughts from her mind, she hurried into the restroom. If her clothes were dry, she could change into them and lose the cumbersome blanket. She reached for her slacks, which she'd hung over the curtain rod, but they remained damp. It couldn't hurt to check the bedrooms. Maybe the owners had left clothing. After rifling through several dresser drawers, she found an oversized sweatshirt and jogging pants. None of the clothing was feminine, but it would do for now. She dressed and returned to the front room. Gage still wasn't there. She bundled herself into her coat and went outside. The snow had continued to fall through the night and had to be at least 2 feet high. The weathermen usually over-dramatized coming snowfall totals, but this time they'd missed it completely. She found Gage beside a stack of split wood. He grinned. "I found the firewood." "Is it safe to burn it, or will we give away our location?"
"With this much snow, it's highly unlikely anyone will be out here looking for us today. We should be safe to light a fire."
"Thank goodness. It's freezing in there." She smiled. "So, what's the plan?"
"We'll hole up here. If the snow lets up, I'll hike to the road and see if it's clear."
"Shouldn't we all go, in case it is?" It wouldn't make sense to send him by himself, only to make him hike back to get them.
"It's probably best if I run recon and return. Then we'll know what we're dealing with before you both put yourselves back in danger."
"Okay, you're the boss." He chuckled.
"Not really, but I have your best interest in mind."
"I never thanked you for all you've done the last few days."
"No need."
Casey held the door for Gage, and he carried some wood inside. Carly stirred. "What time is it?" 6 a.m.? "Why are you awake?" Casey laughed. "I'm normally up at 5:30. "That's inhuman." Spoken like a person who works second shift. It took Gage 10 minutes to get the damp wood to burn. Once the fire was lit, Casey scooted close to it, warming her hands. "Our clothes were still wet, but if you go into the bedroom, you'll find sweats in the dresser. They're on the large side, but they're cozy." Carly got to her feet, pulling the blanket tightly around her. A few minutes later, Carly returned dressed. "What's the plan, guys?"
"Hang out here,"
Gage said. "Oh," she frowned. "We're not going home?"
"Not yet."
Gage stood. Casey understood Carly's frustration, but Gage was right. It would be impossible to go home with 2 feet of snow on the ground. Who knew what was waiting for her in freedom? The little chalet in the woods was safer than her home. She glanced around at her friends. Were they friends? Had her life turned around so much in the past 48 hours that she could claim actual friends? She'd let no one get close, but somehow Gage and Carly had found their way in through the cracks in her heart. She considered them both friends. If it weren't for her need to get out of town, she could see herself with someone like Gage, a man who took charge but listened to her needs. He hadn't wanted to stop at her mom's house the other night, but he'd taken her there anyway. Yes, he was the silent, brooding type, but there was more to him than that. She had a feeling there was much to unravel about Gage Buchanan, but she'd probably never get the chance. Could he love a girl like her? It was unlikely, but a girl could dream.
Gage stood on the porch and stared out over the snow. Another 6 inches had fallen. 2.5 feet of snow. He'd promised Casey he would head out to the road, and he kept his promises. If only he had snowshoes, it wouldn't be so bad. It was kind of funny when he thought about it. Freedom Mountaineering CEO caught in a blizzard with no skis or snowshoes. He didn't even carry them in his trunk anymore. He needed to make haste if he was going to return before nightfall. Leaving the girls without protection bothered him, but dragging them out in the cold was far worse. He'd wrapped his feet in plastic bags found in a kitchen closet. Keeping his feet dry was imperative to avoid frostbite. The door swung open and Casey joined him. "Are you sure I can't come with you?" "Stay. Look after Carly." "If you're sure." "I am." He was about to turn away when she stood on tiptoes and kissed his cheek. A warmth flooded him. "Don't worry. I'll be back by dinner time." "There isn't anything left to eat." I might have a pack of protein bars in the car's trunk. If it's where we left it, I'll bring them back. Be careful. I'm not the one they're trying to kill. He lifted a hand in a wave and headed down the stairs. It took over 5 minutes just to get back to the place where Carly had tripped the day before. Without the girl slowing him down, it only took an hour to reach his Mercedes. It was where he left it, and intact if one didn't count the bullet holes from the near miss at Casey's house. Lying on the driver's seat was a note. "You've made yourself a target, Mr. Buchanan. If you and your sister want to live, turn over Miss Crawford." Turning over Casey was out of the question, but that left him with a predicament. By keeping her safe, he was putting Carly in danger. It wasn't so much a conscious decision to choose Casey over Carly. He didn't believe in negotiating with terrorists, and that's what this guy was. He was inflicting terror on Casey and trying to intimidate Gage. There was no way he would risk the safety of Casey to ensure the safety of Carly. That would go against everything he believed in. Besides, he was just getting to know Casey, and he liked what he saw. He was too old for her, but she was mature beyond her years. It probably had something to do with what happened with her dad. Instead of rebelling and living recklessly, she'd chosen to work and study harder than most. It had gotten her to where she was now, but someone was determined to take away the life she'd so carefully constructed for herself. Who could be so cruel? It didn't feel like something a vengeful ex-boyfriend would devise. He needed to look more carefully at who her father's actions had hurt, and see if he could figure out who might want to cause her dad, and by extension her pain. It just made little sense for it to come out of nowhere so many years after his arrest. If he couldn't find anything there, it might make sense to look at more recent events.
Casey paced the room, listening to Carly rant about the Liberty Grill not being able to run itself. She checked her phone for cell service no less than 10 times since Gage had left. It had been 3 hours, and she was worrying. His promise was that he would return by dinner, but that was a subjective thing. Some people ate at 5, but others didn't eat until 8. How was she to know which type of person he was? She would peg him as an early eater, but there was no telling. She'd gone through all the supplies in the house to see what they might use. There had been some old canned goods in a pantry, but the dates on them had expired years ago. Still, they were an option if they got desperate. In her explorations, she'd also come across a rifle and ammunition, so if all other options failed, they could kill something to eat. If they could find anything brave enough to venture out in this weather. The door swung open, and when her eyes met Gage's, her taut muscles relaxed some. She hadn't realized how scared she'd been for him until he walked back in that door. She swiped away a relieved tear before he could see it. "Glad you returned in one piece." He tossed her a protein bar.
"I found sustenance."
He opened a backpack he must have gotten from the car and set out some water bottles.
"They're frozen, but if we leave them by the fire, they'll thaw."
They tried to get water from the sink, but the pump operated on electricity, so they'd been out of luck. Water would definitely be welcome. Coffee would have been even better, but beggars couldn't be choosers, or so the expression went. "How did you make out?" Carly asked.
"The highway was snow-covered, but it looked like the plow had been through a couple of times. There weren't many cars on it. Most of the ones stuck there yesterday had moved on, and the few that hadn't probably got rides out of there because there was no sign of people. I saw a couple of large SUVs pass by, but that was about it."
"Did you, by any chance, make a phone call while you were out near the road?" Carly tilted her head.
"No, sorry." He lifted his phone from his pocket. "It died before I made it out there."
"Why didn't you flag someone down?" Carly asked. Casey knew why, but she kept her thoughts to herself. He had wanted no one to know where they were in case she was still in danger. which she probably was.
Didn't seem prudent.
Was all Gage had to say on the matter.
Chapter 8. The feeling came back into his fingers and toes about the same time the water thawed. It soothed his parched throat. He handed Casey a bottle of water and she twisted off the cap. He tossed another one to Carly. She snatched it out of the air and left the room. He didn't ask where she was going. She'd been surly since he returned. Even though they'd explained the situation, she wasn't used to being cooped up in a house with 2 other adults. Carly was independent and probably resented him taking control of the situation. It was why they butted heads so much. They had a close relationship, but he drove her crazy with what she dubbed his interference in her life. Casey sank down on the couch and leaned her head back, pinching the bridge of her nose. I'm feeling responsible for this. I should have taken off from work and rented a car yesterday. If I had, we wouldn't be stuck here now. This is not your fault. How can you say that? You didn't run your car off the road. You didn't shoot at us. And you didn't make it snow, so none of it's your responsibility. While all of that is true, it is also all stuff that wouldn't have affected you if I hadn't forced my way into your lives. Is that what you think? That you forced your way into my life? Well, yeah. He closed the distance between them and sat down beside her. I'm here because I want to be. Silence was the only answer he got. Casey. He put his hand on her arm. Yeah? I care about you. You do? I do. And I could never leave you to deal with these dangers alone. It's just been me and Mom for a long time, she swallowed. But some things are too big to face alone, and with my mom missing, we'll find her. He spoke the words, but wasn't sure he believed them, though he would do everything in his power to make them come true. In the meantime, he had to get her mind off her troubles. Tell me about your childhood. Why? So I can get to know you better. Okay. When I was a little girl, we lived just down the road from the police station. I would walk there to visit my dad. My mother would have had a conniption had she known. Most of the time my dad was on patrol, but occasionally he was there, and his face would light up when he saw me. The joy I experienced in those brief visits was indescribable. Gage knocked his knee against hers. Try to describe the feeling. He wanted to know everything she'd been through. This was the real Casey. Not the exuberant extrovert who'd bounced off the walls and made everyone feel important, but the vulnerable girl who'd lost everything when her father was arrested. If he could take away her pain, he would. It was like I was the only person in the world who mattered. His attention was like a life spring to me. I can't imagine what life must have been like for you during high school. Nothing was the same. The first year I rebelled. Had to take summer school to keep from repeating. Then, I forced myself to get it together and keep life normal. I joined lots of clubs, kept my grades up, and helped at home. Grew up too fast. I had to. And now? I guess I'm still keeping up appearances. 2 weeks ago, I had a job interview in Denver. It's time to get out of freedom and start a life somewhere new, where I can feel less like John Crawford's daughter and more like myself. You think moving will help you accomplish that goal? The vulnerability in her eyes drew him in. It's the only thing left to try, she whispered. He traced her jawline with his forefinger. I'm not sure that's true. If he didn't back off, he'd make a fool of himself. She was far too young for him, and as much as he wanted to draw her to him and take away her pain, it wasn't fair to take advantage of her vulnerable state. That would make him no better than her dad had been when he'd taken advantage of those young girls. Heaven help him. His attraction to Casey was growing stronger every moment they spent together. But as much as he wanted to believe there was a chance for them, it wasn't what was best for her. She leaned into his hand, and he tugged her close. It couldn't hurt to hold her. Carly chose that moment to return. "Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt." He moved away from Casey. "You didn't." Casey seemed lost in thought once again, and he needed to draw her into conversation if he was going to keep himself from pulling her to him again. The urge was nearly irresistible, but resist he must. She was too good for him. She should be with someone in the medical field who saved lives, or maybe an EMT or a firefighter. Probably not a cop. Her experience with her father probably soured her on that idea. She was a hero, and should be with the man who embodied that same spirit. He wasn't that man. He'd had his chance to be a hero, but failed. "Case, I'm struggling to keep a friendly distance." "You wouldn't be if you knew what getting involved with a girl like me would do to your world." "What do you mean by a girl like you?" "Someone with a lot of baggage. The kind of person people whisper about." "At least the things they whisper about you aren't your own fault." He wondered if she knew about him and Ivy. Most likely. The whole town knew. There was no such thing as a secret in freedom. She tilted her head to the side. "What do you mean?" "When they talk behind my back, they're only speaking the truth." "And what is the truth?" She covered her face with her hands. "I'm sorry, that was out of line. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." "I think I do." "You want to tell me?" "I think I have to tell you. You deserve to know." If she had any of the same feelings he did, then she needed to know what kind of man he was. Once she did, it would quash any affection she was developing for him. "When I returned from the Middle East, I was severely injured. Spent months in the VA hospital wondering if I'd ever walk again." "I didn't know about that." "When I could once again function, I went to visit my buddy's girl. Danny and I were teammates over there, and we'd both been through hell. I don't know why I thought Ivy and I could commiserate, but we did. That's all it was at first. We'd spend time together talking. Then it graduated to phone calls. Eventually, we found comfort in each other's arms. It was stupid. I regretted it immediately, but the damage was done." "And you're still beating yourself up over it." "God forgave me, and eventually Danny forgave me too. Our relationship will never be what it once was, but I can call him a friend now." "I don't have anyone I can call a friend." "Why's that?" "Who wants to be friends with a rapist's daughter?" "You have your own identity, Casey." He reached for her hands and held them. "You're a beautiful, intelligent, successful woman." She deserved to be identified as her own person. He couldn't understand how anyone could blame her for her father's sins, but he believed her. Her life had been rough, and he wanted to ease her pain. "Have you forgiven your father?" She pulled her hands back and used them to twist her hair as she spoke. "I claim to have forgiven him, but honestly, though I purpose in my heart to do so, the resentment bubbles up occasionally. Some say forgiveness isn't a feeling, it's a decision. I decided a long time ago to forgive him, but the pain lingers." "Sounds normal enough to me. As long as you keep bringing it to God, He'll help you let go of the heartache." "What about you? Have you forgiven yourself for what happened with Ivy?" He looked down at the floor. "Sometimes the guilt overwhelms me. I've tried to give it to God, but I grab hold of it again and again. It's hard to let it go." She reached up and rubbed her hand over his stubble. "One mistake doesn't make a man. You deserve happiness, Gage." "I'm not so sure about that."
Casey was more certain than ever of the POTS diagnosis when Carly fell asleep before 9 p.m. Dysautonomia left her body in a constant fight-or-flight state during her waking hours, so when combined with a disruption to her schedule, she was exhausted and unable to function normally. A prayer rose from Casey's heart that she hadn't unwittingly endangered Gage and Carly's lives. A proactive solution was what she needed. She would wait until the other two were sleeping and leave. If she could get back to the highway, she could get away without causing these people she'd grown to care for any further problems.
What's on your mind?
Gage's intense eyes searched hers. Nothing, really. She sighed. Just hoping I can find out who's after me so I can get back to living my life.
We will.
He emphasized the we, leaving her convinced that she had to get away before he got hurt on her account. His help wasn't worth the risk to his life. Not now when she was beginning to have feelings for him. Unfamiliar emotions rose to the surface whenever he was close. She desired his protection. It was a dangerous position to be in. To want to lean on another when they deserved someone better. She was damaged goods, the daughter of a predator. He didn't need the stigma of a relationship with someone like her. God doesn't make junk. She remembered the words from a Sunday school teacher. Were they true? Could she have worth beyond her job? It seemed so out of reach to think she could have a normal relationship with a man like Gage.
You want to talk about it?
About what?
Whatever is going on in that pretty little head of yours.
You think I'm pretty?
I do.
He nodded.
But more importantly, I see the inner beauty.
Maybe there was a chance for her if someone like Gage could see good in her.
Why are you single?
Casey chuckled. Short answer? He shrugged. Men don't stick around me.
Yeah, right.
Seriously, the guys never stick around.
Maybe that's because you only date tourists.
They're the only ones who ask me out.
Hard to believe.
Maybe you haven't noticed the shortage of single men in Freedom. They've all been snatched up.
Eligible bachelors should be lined up at your door.
Hasn't happened yet.
If I were 5 years younger, you'd be in trouble.
What's age got to do with anything?
A 10-year age gap isn't a little thing, Case.
It's not all that unusual.
Maybe not with the Hollywood crowd.
She let out a huff. Then you're talking more like 20 and 30-year age gaps. Casey stared into the fire until the embers barely glowed. Gage and Carly had fallen asleep hours earlier, but she wanted to be sure they were in a deep sleep before attempting to go. Shaking off her sleepiness, she stood and grabbed her coat, then headed for the back door. If she opened the front, it would wake Gage. The snow was deeper, and it was a struggle to force her way through. She'd been out of the house for 20 minutes when she heard Gage calling. Instead of answering, she hid. Seconds slowly ticked by, and his calls ceased. He must have given up and gone back inside. Disappointment settled in her stomach, angering her. She didn't need him, and she shouldn't be bothered that he didn't spend long looking for her. Besides, she wanted to keep them safe, and the only way to do that was to leave. Him returning to Carly was for the best. Standing, she brushed herself off. She turned to continue her trek, but gasped. Gage stood over her, shaking his head.
Hiding from me?
She didn't answer.
You honestly didn't think I would track you?
Why would you? You'd be better off if I wasn't with you.
Is that what you think?
She nodded. His hand went to the back of her head, and he tugged her close. His body heat drove away the cold of the night.
I'm going to kiss you if you have no objection.
She should object. This wasn't what she wanted. Only it was. She wanted Gage's affection and attention. When his lips crushed hers, she kissed him back with a fierceness she didn't know she possessed. He tasted like the cinnamon gum he chewed. She couldn't get enough of him. This was everything she wanted, and it was everything she was trying to avoid. "Don't run off again," he said as he released her. There was a hardness in his eyes. Where had the passion that had flickered in them seconds earlier gone? Had she done something to douse it? She followed him back inside without a word.
Gage sat down at the kitchen table and Casey pulled out a seat beside him. "I'm sorry." "No, you're not." He stared at his hands in the dim room. "I can sense it from you. If you get another chance, you'll leave again." "I was only trying to protect you and Carly." "We're not the ones who need protecting. You are. By virtue of being around me, you're in danger. Don't you think I'm aware of that? I'm an adult. It's a choice I made." "Did Carly make it?" "She may not have consciously chosen this, but she would always put someone's safety above her own comfort." "I won't run off again." She huffed out a breath. "Happy?" "No." "What can I do to remedy that?" "Don't let me kiss you again." She frowned. "If you didn't want to kiss me, why did you?" "Oh, believe me, I wanted to." "You're not making a lick of sense." "I haven't made sense in ages." "Why?" "It's a long story." "Share it with me?" "Not tonight." "I barely know you, but somehow I feel like we've known each other my whole life." "Technically, we probably have. You know what I mean." "The first time I remember seeing you as an adult was at Mountain Mug. I couldn't believe you were the same little girl I saw singing 'What Child Is This' at the church pageant." "You remember that?" "I do." He smiled. "It was precious." "I remember when you used to come into the Mountain Mug. I had a massive crush on you back then." "You did?" "Couldn't you tell?" "Let's be honest, you're kind of a flirt. So I couldn't tell if you liked me or you made eyes at all the guys." She punched him playfully in the arm. "I resemble that remark." "Yes, you do." He reached for a strand of her hair and let it run through his fingers. It was as silky as he imagined. "You're gorgeous." "I am not." He leaned toward her.
Chapter 9. You told me not to let you kiss me again. Disregard that order. His second kiss was gentle but demanding. She gave herself to the moment. It would be over soon enough. Once he saw to her safety, he'd move on. Then she'd nurse her broken heart, but at least she'd have the memories of what it felt like to be held and cherished by a man like Gage. She'd never experienced anything like it before, and probably wouldn't again, so she wanted to relish every moment. He rested his forehead on hers, and they both took a moment to breathe. Her arms looped around his neck, and she drew his lips to hers again. If they were going to kiss, she was going to take all she could from him before he remembered all the reasons he hadn't given in to her flirtations in the past. When they came apart, he whispered, "We shouldn't be doing this." "Why not?" Her voice was husky. He stood. "You're barely out of college. I'm practically an old man." "No, you're not. You're only 10 years older than me." "It's too much of an age gap." "That's crazy." She walked over and tugged his hand. He took another step toward her, trapping her between himself and the refrigerator. "You'll be the death of me, woman." "That's what I'm afraid of," she said with a sardonic smile. Something clattered to the floor and her gaze traveled to the doorway. Carly was standing there with the flashlight at her feet. She reached down and picked it up. "Let me guess. I'm not interrupting anything." Gage cleared his throat but didn't release her.
Do you need something, sis?
"Nope. Just wondered where everybody got to."
We'll be back in there in a minute.
When Carly left, he gave her another lingering kiss and then backed away.
We should head in there.
Yeah. She didn't want to, but she knew they should. Desire was a dangerous thing, and if they let it get out of control, they could take things further than was prudent. Who was she kidding? The first kiss wasn't wise. Anything beyond that was insanity. She was setting herself up for heartbreak.
Now that Carly's asleep, can we talk some more in the kitchen? Casey stared at him with a look akin to hero worship. He needed to set her straight. If she was going to take a chance on him, she needed to know what she was getting herself into. Yeah, let's do that. They should both be sleeping, but he knew neither of them would be able to rest after what transpired. There was too much left unsaid. She was probably wanting to know how he felt about her, and if the kiss meant something. Those same thoughts plagued him, but he couldn't go there. When they were seated at the table once more, she took his hand in hers and rubbed her thumb over the sensitive skin on his palm. She was driving him crazy. Tell me about your time in the Middle East. He frowned, thrown by the abruptness of her question. What do you want to know? Her hand stilled. What was it like there? He pulled his hand from hers and steepled his fingers in front of him. It wasn't pleasant. Wouldn't it help to share the experience with someone else? That's why I go to my veterans group at Stories and Scones. Have you ever shared with a woman? Not since Ivy. His brow furrowed. I watched my friends blown to bits. Danny and I both did. He saved my life, but I don't think he ever stopped punishing himself for what happened that day. I'm not sure I have either. It replays in my mind again and again like a video on a loop. She cringed, and he immediately regretted his bluntness. That was what happened when people pushed him. He didn't know how to be gentle with his answers. Hadn't learned to filter things before letting them pour out. I'm sorry you went through that. I was okay while I remained in the VA hospital. I fit in there since the other patients had been through the horrors of war and come out on the other side permanently scarred like me. I hoped to return, but the Army insisted on a medical discharge. It didn't matter to them what I wanted. War was my new normal. At home, I felt lost in a sea of normal life that didn't feel real. But it didn't matter how alien things seemed. I needed to reintegrate into society. They sent me to see a shrink. That didn't help. The only thing that did was the bottle. Only that got me into trouble in more ways than one. Then I remembered all the nights Danny would preach at me about God's love. The memories burned me from the inside out. When he got to preaching, I wanted to rearrange his face. He was my best friend, so I never did hit him. But his preaching irked me something fierce. His words followed me off the battlefield. Somehow they found their way into my heart and remained there. When I reached my lowest after the incident with Ivy, I sought God. And I found him. But he and I still don't see eye to eye on everything. Why is that? Casey asked. I feel like he's leading me away from freedom mountaineering, but I don't know how I could give up the business my father built from the ground up. It seems somehow disloyal. What do you think the Lord wants you to do? You'll laugh if I tell you. Casey remained silent for so long that he had to fill the empty air. I think God's calling me to foreign missions. Why would I laugh at that? He shrugged. He didn't know why, but his sister had. She'd said the idea was inconceivable and that she thought it was hilarious he even mentioned it. Do you know where he wants you to go? He's probably waiting for me to stop fighting him before he reveals that important piece of the puzzle. I've had my internal battles with the good Lord, too. You have? Something keeps telling me he wants me to remain in freedom, but I'm determined to leave. Hence the interview you mentioned in Denver. It was another reason he shouldn't have shown a romantic interest in her. She planned to leave, and if God forced his hand on the missionary thing, so did he. They didn't stand a chance as a couple. Yeah. When will they let you know? I'm supposed to hear something by Christmas. I'm confident that I made a good impression, just hoping it works out. It's only 3 days from now. He swallowed hard. Whatever was happening between the two of them would be over before it started. Would you go against the Lord's leading? Not if I could be sure it was from him. How do I know it's really God's leading and not my own guilty conscience about leaving my mother behind? Have you prayed about it? You're sounding like a preacher yourself. He grunted. Preaching at her wasn't his intent, but he wanted to make sure she knew what she was doing. Going against God's will would cause unintended consequences. He should know. Thoughts of his father's failing mind returned. Was he going into the early stages of dementia, or could it be something else? If it was the former, Gage couldn't leave him. God would have to make his intentions crystal clear before he would give up on his dad or his company. Too much was at stake. Is your all on the altar? The words came to mind along with the tune of the song. Could God be telling him something, or was it simply his brain playing tricks on him? You're right. I'll pray about it. Now he was a hypocrite. What kind of person told another to pray about something when they weren't following their own advice? Even when he took the time to pray, his prayers were stilted and more focused on his own selfish will than they were on God's plan for his life.
Casey and Carly stared down at the expired food while Gage stood at the kitchen counter across the room.
The food is canned, so it's fine,
he said. You sure about that? Carly asked. He shrugged.
You'll need sustenance to hike out there.
You could send someone for us.
That's not a bad plan.
You're not leaving us alone again. Casey closed the distance between them and crossed her arms over her chest. She had no intention of being a captive in this house any longer. It was time for them to get back to their lives. Yes, her life was in danger, but living in a house with no food, heat, or water wasn't the safest place either. A loud thump jolted her attention toward the floor, where Carly lay unmoving, unconscious, again. She knelt down and checked Carly's pulse while she stared at her watch. 135 BPM. Far too fast. Her heart rate is elevated. If we stay here much longer, her condition will worsen.
Worse than passed out cold?
I don't have a blood pressure cuff, but I'm guessing, based on her tilt table test results, that her blood pressure has bottomed out. They process canned food with salt to preserve it. Usually a bad thing, but in Carly's case, it's perfect. She needs salt to raise her blood pressure.
Can you wake her up?
Give her a minute. Now that she's prone, she'll most likely come around. He frowned.
What if she doesn't?
Gage had given voice to her fear, but she couldn't let it stress her out. She needed to concentrate on Carly. She will.
Gage let out a relieved breath when Carly's eyes fluttered open. Casey held her hand. I'm going to help you get into a chair, but you need to remain seated. I have nothing to medicate you with to raise your blood pressure and lower your heart rate. But the canned food is high in salt, so if you eat some of that, it will help a little. Watching Casey take gentle care of his sister gave him a confidence in her skills that he was ashamed to say he hadn't had before. He was glad she was stranded with him. Carly was right. Casey cared about her more than some impersonal specialist in Denver. His head hadn't been screwed on right, when he thought otherwise. "I'm afraid you'll not be hiking out of here anytime soon. We will have to trust your brother to summon help." The corner of Carly's mouth lifted in a smile. "He will." She glanced over at him. "He may be overprotective, but he is as reliable as the sun. Whatever you do, don't stand up without help." Casey gave the stern warning with her finger pointed at Carly. The sight made him want to laugh, but he held back since the situation was far from humorous. They could be in real trouble if Carly wasn't well enough to get out of here. Casey was right, and he would need to bring help to them. There were men he trusted who could come to their rescue, but first he had to get word to them. If only he'd been wise enough to keep a satellite phone in his car, they'd be able to call for help. He'd thought his days of needing a go bag were over. "I'm going to head out and see if I can reach Searad." "The Avalanche team? Why?" "They've got the equipment to get here in this weather." "Good thinking." "Besides, they're my friends. I'm on the team." "Oh," Casey tipped her head to the side. "I didn't know you did that." "I'm full of surprises." "You sure are." Chapter 10. By the time Gage made it out to the road, daylight was waning. Hopefully he wouldn't have to make the trek back this time, though. His cell phone battery had long since died, so a phone call wasn't possible. It was a relief to find that there was no additional notes left. He started up the vehicle. Every instinct in him dreaded the idea of driving away from the girls and leaving them unprotected, but Carly wasn't well enough to make the hike back to the road, so this was his best option. He could flag down a driver and ask them to make a phone call, but then he'd be stuck waiting on the side of the road until one of his friends showed up. There also had to be houses within a few miles in each direction, but he didn't know where to look. So the safest route was to drive into town and find the help they needed. Once there, he'd be able to pull up a satellite image and show the guys exactly where he'd left Carly and Casey. The news on the radio droned on about weather-related accidents as he drove toward Freedom. Bryce would be the easiest guy to locate since he spent most of his time at the lodge. He pulled up outside of Freedom Ridge Resort and headed inside. Waving to the receptionist, he turned down the employees-only hall that would lead him to Bryce's office in the executive suite. Sabrina came out of an office and walked toward him. "Hey, Gage. What you doing here?" "Came to see your husband. Is he around?" She shook her head. "Got an avalanche alert." "You've got to be kidding me." "Afraid not," she frowned. "You can reach him on his cell." "Mine's dead." "There's one in my office." She pointed the way she'd came. "I'll leave you to it." He hesitated. "Carly's stranded in the woods." "No service, huh?" "None." "I thought she'd been ignoring my texts." "I left Casey with her, but I need to get help to them." "How did they wind up there?" "Long story." Gage gave her a half smile and stalked into her office to make his phone call. Bryce was out of breath when he answered. "Speak to me. You guys going to be much longer?" "We could use your help. Got my own emergency." "Gotta go. We're digging out a buried skier." Gage bit back a curse. Freedom wasn't a big city. Small towns only had so many places a person could turn for help. An idea struck him. He hurried out the way he'd come in and sped to the fire station. He only needed one man and a couple of snowmobiles. Several strong men stood around looking bored, and Thomas was among them. That ought to make his sister happy. "Anyone up for a rescue?"
After Gage left, Casey noticed a crumpled sheet of paper in the bathroom wastebasket. She should have left it alone. It wasn't her business what Gage had tossed in there, but she'd carefully unfolded it, and the words there shocked her. He should have traded her for his and Carly's safety. Why wouldn't he? She wasn't worth much. Everyone knew that. Carly was the town's sweetheart. Everyone loved her. She had the personality that made her everybody's best friend. Her need to share her zest for living infected every area of her life and served as a magnet to pull people to her. Even Casey, who didn't want anyone to get too close, felt the pull to join Carly's inner circle. A shadow passed in front of the house. "We need to hide." Casey ushered Carly into the bedroom. She shoved open the closet and they both huddled inside. "You never told me why someone's trying to kill you," Carly mumbled under her breath. "I don't know why. Some kind of grudge against my dad." "That doesn't make sense." A noise sounded in the front room. "We'll have to talk about this later." "Heard that before." A loud crash let her know the shadow of a man she'd sensed earlier was all too real. Someone was hunting her, and if Gage didn't get back in the next few minutes, the intruder would find them cowering in the corner of the bedroom closet. Cursing burned her ears. What had she done to deserve the man's ire? The recording left in her car seemed to clarify that this related to her father, but how? She wasn't responsible for her dad's crimes. Then why do you keep personalizing them? The inner voice had a point. She had been taking on the blame for her father's transgressions for far too long. It was time for her to take responsibility for her life and stop letting his past define her. She heard something. Sounded like a motorcycle. No, that was ridiculous. Nobody would ride a bike in this snow. A sled. It sounded like more than one. Gage had brought snow machines to rescue them. Her stomach clenched with dread. Gage. What if the man who'd come for her shot him instead? "Stay here," she whispered to Carly. "You can't leave." "I have to." She slipped through the closet door and closed Carly back inside with a soft click. Tiptoeing toward the bedroom door, she stepped on a loose floorboard. It squeaked, and she stilled, praying the man hadn't heard the noise that sounded so loud to her own ears. Silence met her until she heard the man grousing again. He was alone. Thank the good Lord above for that blessing. The motor sound grew closer. She would have to show herself to the intruder if Gage approached the house.
"Someone's been here,"
she heard Gage shouting to someone.
"That doesn't mean he has them. They're smart, resourceful, probably got out. If they did, they have no provisions."
She slid out the back door in her stocking feet, and when she reached the edge of the back deck, a hand grabbed her by the hair.
"No, you don't," he grumbled. "You're not getting away from me again."
A shout pierced the air, and it took her a second to realize it had torn from her own throat. The sound of the sleds came closer, and she saw Gage's pistol pointed toward her head.
"Drop her, or I'll drop you."
Her eyes widened. Her foolish thought of giving herself up to save him had risked both their lives, and now they'd both die.
"I offered you a trade. I'm not trading the life of an innocent woman to keep myself alive. Then you'll both die."
A shot rent the air, then another. She squeezed her eyes shut, not wanting to see Gage slumped over the front of the sled.
The shot grazed Gage's shoulder as it whizzed past him. Before he could return fire, Thomas shot and the intruder ran into the woods. Thomas returned his Glock to his holster. "You injured?" "Just a scratch. Check on Carly." He hopped off the sled and rushed to her side. "You okay?" When his arm snaked around her, he could feel the tremors racking her body. "Let's get inside." Her hand touched just below the bullet graze. "We need to clean that so it doesn't get infected." "I don't know if we have supplies." "I found some in the bathroom closet earlier." "Always the medical professional, huh?" "It's a good thing one of us is, since trouble seems to follow us." She disappeared for a minute, and while she was gone, he removed his coat and his shirt so she could access his wound. Casey reappeared gripping a white plastic kit with a red cross on the front. She popped it open and removed some supplies before turning her eyes on him. Her gaze fixated on his chest until she seemed to catch herself staring, and her appraisal turned professional. She knelt beside him by the fire and worked to clean his wound. When she bandaged him, he tugged his shirt on and pulled Casey to him. Soft whispers came from the bedroom, but he ignored them and focused on the woman in his arms. "What happened?" "I saw a shadow pass the window. I figured it was an animal, but I didn't want to take any chances, so Carly and I hid in the closet." "How did you wind up outside, without shoes or a coat?" "I heard snowmobiles, and I was afraid if I didn't give myself up, he'd hurt you." "You know an Army Ranger can take care of himself, right?" "Former." "Yes, former." "I found the note. I thought if I could trade myself for your safety, I should." "You stupid, stupid girl." Her eyes snapped to his. "How can you not realize protecting you is my priority?" "Why?" He shook his head. "You're a beautiful person, Case. An honorable woman who chose a career helping people. People like Carly." "She told me you wanted her to see a proper doctor." "I changed my mind. Nobody could do a better job caring for her." "Plenty of people could. But thank you for saying it." Her finger skimmed the wound she'd bandaged. "You're going to need stitches." "I'll be fine without them." "Are we leaving soon?" "As soon as Thomas and Carly finish chatting in there."
"What do you think is taking them so long?"
"Probably lots of kissy face going on. I'd steer clear of that room if I were you." She laughed, but a moment later her grin faded.
"I don't know why any of this is happening, and I'm scared."
"That's understandable. Whoever that man is, he's determined to cause you harm. And that gets my ire up."
"How will I ever figure out what he wants or why he's chasing me down?"
"I don't know how we'll do it, but I'm determined to figure out his angle and keep you safe."
"Do you think he has my mom?"
"I can't say for sure, but it seems likely." He couldn't sugarcoat the truth, as much as he wanted to ease her pain.
"I think so too."
He wiped a tear from her cheek. "I memorized his license plate. I asked a friend at Freedom PD to run his plates."
"That may give us a name. Thank you for helping me. You're a good man, Gage."
The corners of Gage's mouth lifted slightly. "Wish that were so."
"It is."
She rested her head on his shoulder, and he kissed the top of her head, wishing he could make her his girl. Casey would make some guy a fabulous wife. But he didn't think he was that man. The trip to town took some time on the snow machines, but the views were spectacular, and having Casey's arms wrapped around his waist made him wish the ride would go on forever. He was falling for the physician's assistant with the golden locks. Her sensitivity to others' needs amazed him, and her vulnerability brought out his protective streak. He could see himself loving a girl like her. If only circumstances were different. Maybe he could stay in freedom. Dad wasn't in his right mind, so now wasn't the time to leave anyway, but move to Denver? It might be an option. He never wanted to set up shop in a big city, but maybe for Casey he could. But he'd meant what he said about their age difference. If he took a chance loving her, who was to say in 10 years she didn't find someone she liked closer to her own age? If that happened, divorce would shatter his dream of family. He couldn't bear the thought. Better to prevent it from happening. When they reached the fire hall, Casey hopped off the sled. The realization hit him he hadn't thought through the plan for them returning to freedom. Where did he take her now? She couldn't go home with a madman on the loose. He couldn't take her to his place. The man after Casey knew who he was, so he would know how to find him. They could go back to Sabrina's old cabin, but that wasn't a long-term solution. And she needed to find her mother. Somehow, they had to ensure Margie Crawford was safe. "Case?"
"Yeah?"
"What now?" I guess I go home. That's not the best idea.
Then where do you suggest I go? Back to Sabrina's cabin?
The thought occurred to me, but no. There are better alternatives. You can stay at Freedom Ridge Resort. Max and the rest of the security team are there. They can keep you safe until I can arrange personal security for you from Gotcha 6.
I can't afford a personal bodyguard. No way, no how.
Money isn't an issue.
I'm not letting you pay for my security.
Well, at least let me put you up at the lodge.
Fine, for a few days, but then I'm going home. They could argue about it again when she tried to go home. But for now, at least he had some agreement.
Perfect. Let's go see Bryce.
Chapter 11. Casey smiled at the familiar faces surrounding them when she walked into the resort. Addison was behind the reception desk, and Daniel was in line at Mountain Mug. The barista wasn't prioritizing his order, so he stood there impatiently tapping his foot behind a half-dozen tourists. She couldn't hold back a giggle. Danny turned and saw her and left his place in line to give her a hug. "You've been missed." "I can see why," she smiled. "Doesn't he prioritize his regulars?" "Nope. He's too busy flirting with the female tourists, hence the long line." His gaze bounced between her and Gage. "What are you doing with this slug?" "Watch it, bud." "He's a friend." But was it the truth? Gage Buchanan was more than a friend. But how could she entertain the thought of a relationship with him while considering the job in Denver? And what of his plans to leave the country? Whatever happened between them in that chalet in the woods was over. They were friends. That's all they could be. If he did head overseas, he would take her heart with him. A squeezing feeling in her chest informed her how strong her feelings for him were. She'd seen him around most of her life, and yet she'd never known him. Not until now. Addison leaned up over the front counter and waved her over, so she gave Daniel a pat on the arm. "It was good seeing you." "You too. Don't be a stranger." She and Gage sauntered over to the reception desk, and Addison hugged her. "So good to see you. Why haven't you stopped in to visit before now?" "I've been busy with my new job. A few people in town told me you're their cardiologist now." She grinned. "They were quite proud of your small-town girl success story." "I'm a PA, but I do treat cardiology patients, a few of whom are from Freedom." "How on earth did you do it? Going to school while working full-time here? I can't imagine the stress you must have been under." "Barista isn't the most stressful job on the planet." "Tell that to the new guy," she laughed. "The way he acts, you'd think he was the one treating heart patients."
Gage dragged Casey away from Addison and the others who crowded around her in the lobby. She'd mentioned not having any friends, but watching the people flock to her proved her words false. She might not recognize the friends she had, but they were all around her. He hadn't heard a single negative word, only supportive and friendly encouragement.
"What makes you think you don't have any close friends?" he asked as they made their way down the hall. "Addison seems like one."
"I guess she was one of my closer colleagues, but we never spoke outside of work."
"What about Sabrina? You two seem close."
"Only at work."
"And Ashley?"
"I guess she and I are acquaintances outside of work."
"I've got news for you. You have an abundance of people in Freedom who care about you and would hate to see you move away."
"You think?"
"It's clear as day to an outsider. If you don't feel close to them, maybe it's you keeping them at a distance, not vice versa."
"I never thought of it that way."
"Maybe you should."
They reached Bryce's office and Gage knocked. Sabrina emerged with a grin and smiled at them. "I've missed seeing your face around here. It's good to have you stop by, Casey." She stepped out of the way. "You can go on in. He's expecting you."
"He is?"
Gage asked. Addison let us know you were on your way. Gage waited for Casey to walk through the door before following. Bryce stood. Come in, take a seat. Sorry I wasn't available when you tried to reach me earlier. Were you able to handle the emergency? Got Thomas's help. We took a couple of snow machines and rescued the girls. Rescued? What was going on? Casey leaned forward with her elbows on her knees and her head in her hands. Someone is trying to kill me. We took refuge during the blizzard in a house in the woods, but Carly wasn't doing well, so we had to get out of there. And now? I need somewhere to stay for a while. I'll cover any expenses, Gage said. That won't be necessary. There won't be any. Casey is a friend and was a loyal employee for years. I'd never charge her for a place to stay. We make plenty of money from tourists. We actually had one room closed off and redesigned as a high-security suite for just such an occasion. You did? There were enough incidents in and around Freedom that we decided it was a necessary precaution. Did not expect that. It's settled. Sabrina will want to help you get settled, so I'll track her down. I don't want to be any trouble. Nonsense. That's what friends are for.
Casey smiled as Bryce reached for his phone. Gage shot her an I told you so look. Maybe he was right, and she did have friends. The people who worked in the resort welcomed her and made her feel like she was part of something important. Leaving Freedom might not be as easy as she'd initially suspected. She'd miss her former coworkers, her friends. Gage's cell rang and he answered it, holding up a finger.
I have to take this.
He walked into the hall and returned a moment later.
The plates were a dead end. They belong to a Sally Mitchell. She's in her 80s and drives a Buick Regal to church on Sundays. There doesn't seem to be a connection to your father.
He reached for her hand and squeezed it.
Will you be okay tonight?
Of course. It wasn't like she needed a babysitter. She was in a safe place, and that was enough.
I'm going to check on my dad, but I'll swing by tomorrow night.
She nodded. Sabrina came back in with coffees for herself and Bryce. Sorry, I didn't bring you guys one. I wasn't sure you'd still be here. That's all right. Casey laughed. I guess the new barista lets you butt in line. He must know where his paycheck comes from. He knows how impatient I am. As far as Casey was concerned, her friend had the patience of a saint. Few women would have remained single hoping their first love would one day return. Sabrina had been right about Bryce. He was a good man who'd let his father push him around when he was young. Yes, he'd been through a rebellious stage, but nobody in Freedom held his past against him. The thought struck Casey. Why did she believe people held her father's past sins against her when they clearly didn't hold a grudge against Bryce? Their circumstances were different. He was the owner of the resort that kept Freedom on the map. She was nothing more than the daughter of a former cop turned criminal. Sabrina promised to bring her some things to make her stay more comfortable. Casey was too tall to share clothing with her friend, but she might have a few things that would fit. She hoped she'd find something anyway. If she didn't get out of these borrowed jogging pants soon, she'd lose her mind. Daydreaming about her replacement credit cards that were likely sitting in her mailbox wasn't doing her any good. Pushing the thoughts from her mind, she hopped in the shower where she enjoyed using the luxurious soaps and shampoos. There was a thick white robe on the bathroom door, and she reveled in the comfort it provided while she waited for Sabrina. She pushed aside the covers, thinking to rest for a few moments.
When he got to his dad's place, Gage found him tinkering around in the garage. His dad had never been handy, and seeing him with the hood of his car up raised Gage's suspicions. He'd heard of a midlife crisis, but this was different. Martin Buchanan was retired. "What you doing, Dad?" "Checking the oil like my father showed me." He wiped the dipstick on a rag and stuck it back in before pulling it out again. "It's low."
Why didn't you take it to the shop? And pay someone to do something I can do myself? Dad, you're scaring me. Your grandfather told me to never pay to have someone do something I can do myself. He taught me how to check my fluids and change the oil. Your dad died before I was born. You remember what he showed you when you were a teenager? Don't be ridiculous. He came by this afternoon. You're losing it, son. Maybe his dad's mind was worse than he thought. He'd never heard of anyone's memory going so fast. At least his dad still knew who he was. They need to look into getting him nursing care if he was going to continue to live alone. Carly wouldn't like admitting it, but once she saw how bad he was, she'd agree that something had to be done. He dialed her cell number. The sooner she found out, the better. 3 hours later, they arrived back at their father's house after taking him to dinner at Evelyn's. They said their goodbyes to Dad, and he walked Carly to her car. What do you think? You're right. He needs someone around full-time. Do you think he'll get angry? Yes. Wouldn't you? She grumbled. You know that with Dad's health failing, you can't make any crazy decisions like selling the company and hopping on a plane to Tasmania, right? I don't believe I ever mentioned a trip to Tasmania. You know what I mean. Dad's health is my priority. I'm not going anywhere. Did Casey say it's safe for you to drive? She hasn't mentioned it. You should ask her. I've only passed out when I'm standing for more than a few minutes, so I can't imagine driving would be a problem. But if it'll make you feel better, I'll bring it up next time I see her. I'm stopping by tonight. I'll ask her. What's going on with you two anyway? You looked awfully cozy back at the chalet. It's complicated. We have feelings for each other, but she's considering a move to Denver. In the meantime, I'm going to help her figure out who's trying to kill her. Do you know why that man wants her dead? Not for certain, but the CD left in her car was about her father's arrest, so it had something to do with that. That's what she said. But it sounds crazy. She had nothing to do with her dad's crimes. He frowned. I know. I hope you're successful in finding out more. She's had a rough go of it, and doesn't deserve to continue to suffer for something she had no control over.
Casey drove the borrowed car toward town to replace her cell phone. Once she had one, she could receive calls. She'd called into her voicemail and there were no messages from Dr. Black, but sometime soon there would be. If they offered her the job, she was taking it. The sooner she got out of freedom, the better. All this time around Gage was clouding her judgment, and that wasn't a good thing. They assigned her the same phone number. She stopped at Valentino's and picked up a small pizza to eat in her room. Her gaze took in the snow-covered evergreens on the drive back to the resort. The beauty of the drive took her breath away most days, but her mom was on her mind. She was missing, and Casey wasn't doing a thing about it. The first thing she did when she got back to her room was check her voicemail messages. The job offer she'd been praying for had come. So why wasn't she happy? This was her dream job, the next big step in her career, and the move that would take her away from Gage. She pushed the thoughts aside. There were pressing matters to deal with. She could analyze her reaction to the job offer later. After downing 2 slices of pizza, she dialed the station and asked for an update, but they didn't have anything for her. There had to be another way to get answers. She used her new phone to scour the internet in search of information related to her father's victims. 5 had come forward. The district attorney believed there were more, but was only able to prosecute those cases. Her eyes were bloodshot by the time she set down her phone. A soft knock on the door of the high-security suite put her on alert. The suite had its own elevator that required a special keycard for access, but caution was necessary when someone out there was determined to take her life. She smiled at Gage as she opened the door. It's late, so I thought you changed your mind about stopping by.
Want to get dessert at the Liberty Grill? You should be safe enough on the property. She was stuffed, but turning down dessert after the week she'd had wasn't an option in her mind. Besides, she couldn't deny that she longed to spend time with Gage. Sure, let's do it. Not having a purse to grab, she stuffed the key card in her pocket and walked with Gage down to the restaurant. The hostess sat them and handed them each a menu, and then Danny stopped by. Glad you two could come by tonight. Ashley has a fantastic special. We came for dessert. In that case, you'll love Van's latest creations. The man is a genius. She smiled. I know he is. I think I put on 10 pounds being his taste tester when I worked here. It would be easy to do eating those delectable treats. It's a good thing he keeps the portions small. Gage grinned. In that case, I'll order 2 of whatever I get. If you get the chocolate mousse cake, you may regret that. It's incredibly rich. Looking forward to seeing the desserts. I'll have them brought out. Sounds good. A few minutes later, they oohed and awed over the sample desserts brought out on a tray for them to see. She chose the chocolate mousse, and Gage ordered a slice of cheesecake topped with raspberry sauce. This is delicious. So is this. After Gage paid the bill, they sat by the fireplace in the lobby. How did your visit with your dad go? Not well. He told her about his father's strange behavior the past couple of times he'd seen him and his belief that he needed full-time care. May I ask if this came on suddenly? Yes, you may, and it did. You should get him into the emergency for an MRI. You think? For it to come on that suddenly, it could be something life-threatening, like a tumor or even something vascular. You need to rule out those things before assuming it's age-related dementia. He's quite young to be experiencing that. Wow, I hadn't even considered a tumor. I'm not saying that's what it is, but it could be. She nodded. I'll take him to the hospital first thing in the morning. That would be wise.
Chapter 12. Gage paced the exam room floor while he awaited his father's return. They'd taken him for a brain scan. This wasn't the way he'd planned to spend Christmas Eve. He and his father were supposed to be at the Liberty Grill eating slices of Carly's ham alongside her cranberry stuffing. He wasn't able to get a hold of Carly, so she must have been busy at the restaurant, and he didn't want to leave a message on her cell that might upset her, so he was alone. Casey told him before he left the night before that Sabrina was lending her a car until she could get a new one, which meant she was treating patients in the next building. He wanted her by his side. It wasn't like him to feel the need for someone to support him. Just anybody wouldn't do, either. He wanted Casey. His life wasn't set up for a family. He'd given up on the idea of a family so long ago that nothing in his life suited one. His home was a bachelor pad, his work hours were long and arduous, his emergency on-call status with the avalanche rescue team, and his life debate over missionary work were reasons to avoid getting involved. He needed a woman like his dog needed a cell phone. Yet the thought of ignoring his growing feelings for Casey left him feeling empty and confused. Would God have shown him what could be only to make it impossible to attain? No. With God, all things were possible. He only needed to figure out if a relationship with Casey was God's will for him. If it wasn't, he needed to let her go. But if it was, she was a possibility he might need to explore further. The door to the room crashed open and a young man in scrubs wheeled his father in. Less than a minute later, a woman with a clipboard came in. "I'm the emergency room doctor tonight. We're calling in the on-call neurosurgeon. He should be here shortly, and he'll review the films and speak with you." "If they were clear, you wouldn't be calling him in, right?" She just stared at him like she didn't hear his question. "He'll review the films and explain further." He shook his head in frustration after she left the room. Why couldn't anyone ever give him a straight answer?
Was it that difficult to share what they'd seen? His thoughts veered back to Casey. Maybe she could tell him more about what was going on. He shook his head. Asking her to get information would cross a line. She was Carly's healthcare provider, but she wasn't treating Dad. Besides, she'd already told him what she suspected. If the neurosurgeon agreed with her hypothesis, Gage figured brain surgery was a real possibility. "You okay, Dad?" "I'll be fine once your mother arrives. She's good at keeping me calm. I don't know what's keeping that woman," he grumbled. He squeezed his father's hand, deciding it was better not to mention that his wife was deceased and cause him more pain and confusion. His life was hard enough without Gage complicating it further.
Casey sat beside Sabrina across from Bryce at the Liberty Grill. It had been ages since she'd eaten dinner there, and the mingled scents of seafood and steak were mouth-watering. Sabrina had sent up a meal from there Tuesday night, but it had gone uneaten since she'd fallen asleep before she'd even looked under the cover to see what it was. She picked at the barely touched fish on her plate. Her mind was on Gage. He'd told her he would stop by, but she hadn't heard from him. Gage had insisted she come back to the lodge and get some rest, but how could she rest when he was in turmoil? "What's on your mind?" Sabrina nudged her. "Worried about a friend." "Would this friend have blonde hair and blue eyes?" "Maybe." A smile lifted the corners of her mouth, but then another thought reversed it. "He isn't looking for a relationship, and neither am I." "Why not?" "I interviewed for a job in Denver. The money is good, and it would be a chance to start over where nobody knows me." "Why would you want to do that?" Sabrina tilted her head to the side as if genuinely confused, which amused more than annoyed Casey. "My reputation in town hasn't been the best. I'm always thought of as a rapist cop's kid. Very few people think of me as a person." "That hasn't been my experience. Everyone I've ever heard mention you loves you and thinks you're a valuable part of freedom. They wish you'd leave the big hospital and open a practice in town." "I'm not sure that's plausible." "Why not?" "It's not in the plans. I've been planning to move away for as long as I can remember." "Plans change." "Not mine." Casey hoped she was making the right call. Her plans had always been the most important thing to her. But was it possible that was changing? Was Gage becoming more important than what she'd wanted all this time? He kept pointing out that people did care for her, and now Sabrina was doing the same. Maybe there was some truth to their words. It had never felt like she belonged in freedom, but if there was the tiniest possibility that she might be wrong, she owed it to herself to explore it. She'd always loved the town, and only hoped to leave because she thought it would be easier. Maybe, just maybe, she was wrong. "I think you and Gage are perfect for each other." "What makes you say that?" "You excel in areas where he's weakest, and vice versa." "In what areas am I weak?" "Letting people get close. Gage might be an introvert by nature, but he has close friends who would put their lives on the line for him in a heartbeat. You're extroverted. Everyone thinks of you as a friend, but few know the real you." "It sounds like you think you do." "You and Carly are a lot alike, and she's my closest friend." Sabrina reached for Casey's hand. "It took years for me to get close enough to her that she'd trust me with her secrets. And even now, she keeps things from me, like her fainting spells. If she hadn't passed out at the reception, I wouldn't know about them." As Carly's PA, it was unethical for her to comment on her health issues, so she veered the conversation back to herself. "I never thought of myself as an extrovert. The funny thing is that extroverts are among the loneliest people, even when surrounded by people. Taking up psychology? Nah, just a personal observation. Gage is the quiet type. He gives a lot of single-word answers. Sometimes it makes me want to strangle him. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were in love.
The neurosurgeon had taken Dad back for emergency surgery 2 hours earlier, and Gage was sick to his stomach with worry. Would they be able to remove the tumor? If they did, would his father's memory be better or worse? Would the effects last forever? Was it his fault for not noticing sooner? The questions were endless and wouldn't stop bombarding him. His phone alerted him to an incoming call. He answered. "Carly called," Casey said. "And?" "She mentioned your dad was in surgery and she said she's on her way. Do you want some company until she arrives?" "Are you here at the hospital?" "Yeah." "What are you doing at work on Christmas Eve?" "My colleagues had to handle my patients while I was hiding out in the woods for 2 days. I repaid the favor and covered hospital rounds." "I'd love your company." There was a catch in his throat, so he wasn't sure she'd heard him answer. A few minutes later, she came into the small waiting area, and without thinking through the consequences, he gathered her into his arms and held her close. She smelled of pomegranate and coconut. "Thanks for coming," he whispered into her neck. She gave him a squeeze before stepping out of his embrace. "Did the neurosurgeon give you an estimate for how long he expected the surgery to last?" "We're well past his 2-hour estimate." "Don't let that bother you. Successful surgeries often take longer than expected." "If you hadn't told me to bring him in for testing, we wouldn't have found the tumor. How did I not realize he needed to be seen immediately? I feel like I'm a failure as a son." "Stop that." She patted his arm. "You can't be expected to know everything. Nobody does. God puts people in our paths at the right time to help us when we need it." "I'm glad you were there." "And I'm thankful for all you've done for me the past few days. If it hadn't been for you, someone would have ended my life by now." "Don't talk like that." "Let's agree to appreciate each other and stop berating ourselves." She bit her bottom lip. The neurosurgeon joined them and made eye contact with Gage. "The surgery went well. I'm hopeful Mr. Buchanan will do well. We'll know more in the morning. He's in recovery now, and they'll wheel him back to the ICU for observation tonight. You can see him at that time, but I don't think he'll be alert until sometime tomorrow." The doctor reached into his lab coat and handed Gage a card. "Call if there are any problems." "Will we know tomorrow if the trouble he's been experiencing will be permanent?" "Not necessarily. He may have false memories, and it might take time for him to get back to normal, but that isn't unusual and should fade with time." Once the doctor left the room, Gage threaded his fingers with Casey's. "I guess this means I won't be trekking halfway across the globe to take on missionary work." "If God called you to the work, He'll work out the details. Maybe He'll delay your trip so you can be around for your dad, but don't ignore God's calling on your life, Gage." He didn't want to, but what could he do? His presence was essential at a time like this. He wasn't the kind of man who neglected his family when they needed him most. He'd promised the Lord he'd put him above everything, including his family. But the thought of leaving now was too much to bear. God wouldn't ask it, would He?
Chapter 13. Casey punched her pillow to make it more comfortable. In the morning, Christmas would arrive, and she'd spend it with strangers at the resort. Her mother was missing, and she had no idea how to go about finding her. On top of that, Mr. Buchanan's brain tumor had thrown Gage and Carly for a loop, and she didn't know what she could do to ease their fears. She hadn't meant to let Gage in, but somehow he'd gotten past her defenses, and she didn't want to push him away. The thought that she could be in love with Gage after such a short time seemed absurd, but there was a part of her that wasn't able to deny how powerful her feelings for him were. And the more she thought about him, the more it seemed like he could be the one, which was ludicrous. There was no such thing as the one. Yes, she could see herself with a guy like him, but that didn't mean that God intended for her to get married and settle down raising Gage's babies. The thought of children brought a smile to her lips. But if that was God's plan, he wouldn't have helped her get through school. She wouldn't have passed her certifying exam and become a PAC. Although plenty of mothers worked full-time jobs, having kids didn't mean she had to give up her career, although she wouldn't rule out the idea of staying home with them. Hold up. She needed to stop this train from going off the tracks. Her life was fine the way it was. She didn't need a husband, and it wasn't like he was asking. Gage would keep doing his thing, and she'd stick with her original plans. Once her mom was found, she would move to Denver as planned. Tomorrow, she'd spend Christmas at the lodge, enjoying all the festivities, or at least pretending to enjoy them. Once Christmas was over, she'd hire someone to find her mother. It was the next logical step. She needed a private investigator and didn't care if it wiped out her savings. Her mom came first.
White Christmas played softly through the sound system in the lodge, but Gage could hardly hear it over the sound of families celebrating their holiday by the enormous tree in the lobby. He called up to Casey's room to let her know he was there and stuffed his hands in his pockets while he shifted from one foot to the other and back again. The elevator doors dinged, and a family of 3 stepped off. He continued to stare at the elevators until a tap on his shoulder caused him to jump. "Private elevator by Bryce's office, remember?" My brain's scattered. He shuffled his feet. "How are things?" "It surprised me to hear from you tonight." "Dad's doing better. I wanted you to know that." "It's Christmas. You didn't have to seek me out. You could have told me that over the phone." He wiped his sweaty hands on his jeans. "When I sit at one of the fire pits outside with me." She pulled on her coat and scarf. He started walking. "As far as I'm concerned, you saved my dad's life." "I did no such thing. The neurosurgeon did. He performed the operation and removed the tumor, but without you, none of it would have happened. I thought he was going senile. A brain tumor never occurred to me. If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten my dad a full-time caretaker and nobody would have recognized what was going on." "Someone would have. His primary care would have noticed at his next doctor's appointment, or maybe his caretaker would have figured out what was happening." "Maybe. What matters is that you suggested testing, and after seeing you care for Carly, I trusted you enough to follow your advice. You're a hero, Casey Crawford." "That's crazy talk." "Look, I know we talked about my feeling of being led to missions, but I'm here now." "Yes, you are." She lowered her gaze to the flames. He scooted closer to her. "I know you want to leave freedom." She lifted her eyes to his. "I do." "What if we ignored all the things keeping us apart and took a chance on us?" Her eyes filled as she blinked away tears. "I didn't mean to upset you. I thought you felt the same." "I do." "Then what's the matter?" "Let's say we risk our hearts, then what? What happens when I take that job in Denver?" "Let's cross that bridge when we get there." "We're there. The offer came the day before yesterday." "We were together Thursday night. I'm surprised you didn't mention it." He scooted back on the seat. "Did you accept?" "Not yet." "Are you going to?" She lifted her chin. "I have to. How can I turn down an opportunity like this when it's what I've wanted my entire life?" "I guess you can't." "Then you understand?" "I do." It was clear enough. Everyone he let himself fall for left him. Sabrina ran back to Bryce. Now Casey would go to Denver. Maybe he was supposed to spend his life alone. "I'm sorry. I never meant." "You've been honest with me.
I shouldn't have let myself think we could have something more, when it clearly isn't meant to be.
It wasn't clear to me.
You're a decade younger than me. It was silly for me to even entertain the notion.
Your age has nothing to do with my reservations.
20 years down the road, you may feel differently.
Do you think I'm shallow?
He scraped a hand over his face. It doesn't matter anyway. You're going to take that job in Denver, and I'm not sure what God's doing in my life. I may or may not be staying in freedom.
I don't know how we can make this thing between us work.
She scooted closer to him.
I care more for you than I've ever let myself care about a man before.
She leaned in until her lips hovered a mere inch from his own. But before he could close the distance, someone cleared their throat, saving him from making another mistake. It didn't make sense to kiss her. She was leaving. Time to move on. He looked up to find his sister grinning.
My, what do we have here?
None of your business.
What's this about you leaving freedom?
Carly above him with both hands on her hips.
And why is this the first I'm hearing about it?
Relax. He stared blankly into the fire. I was telling Casey how I feel called to missions.
Oh, that again. She rolled her eyes. You can be a missionary right here in your own neighborhood. People here need Jesus too.
Casey couldn't believe Carly would so callously dismiss Gage's feelings of being called to foreign missions. The world needed people willing to share the gospel in parts of the world where nobody wanted to venture. Gage had the training to handle himself in those remote locations, but she couldn't picture herself by his side. Her heart was opening up to Gage just in time to watch him board a plane for parts unknown. Maybe somewhere in South America, the Philippines, or some remote African village. She didn't have what it took to survive those conditions. She couldn't handle a few days without electricity and water.
Merry Christmas.
Carly reached down and hugged Casey.
Thank you for what you did with my dad. Gage says you saved his life, and I agree. I'm glad I could offer the advice.
Casey brushed her palms against her slacks.
I'd better get inside. Don't let me interrupt you two. Just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas and tell you I appreciate what you did for my dad. I'll leave you guys alone.
Carly waved, and a minute later she disappeared back in the door that led to Liberty Grill's kitchen.
It's a shame she has to work on Christmas.
Casey played with the zipper on her coat. I'll walk you back inside. Gage rubbed his chest. She rose to her feet.
I don't know what to say.
Then say nothing. He walked her to the private elevator between Bryce and Sabrina's offices. Taking a chance on Casey was one of the stupidest things he'd done in a long time. How many times did he need to get hurt before he would finally give up on love? Somehow, he thought this time was different. But if he had the sense God gave him, he would have known better. The Lord had plans for him, but they didn't involve marriage and children. The sooner he accepted that, the better off he'd be. He thought he'd accepted his fate, but the time he spent with Casey had challenged him to believe in love again. It was stupid and cliché, but it was the truth. With her, he wanted the complete package, and for a few days, he'd believed it was possible. Why now? She could have taken a job in Denver 6 months earlier, and he never would have grown to care for her. Yet then, she wouldn't have been around to help Carly and his dad. Something told him she was where she needed to be, and he was where he needed to be. God would work it all out in the end, if he gave him the chance. But right now, all he could think about was the heartbreak of Casey telling him she'd chosen Denver over him.
Casey knocked softly on the front door. She wasn't sure why she was there, but after leaving the private investigator's office, she felt drawn to Gage's house as if by an invisible force. Now that she was there, her stomach clenched with nerves. Finally, he appeared at the door. Her mouth went dry at the sight of him. Gage was shirtless and wearing a pair of loose-fitting jogging shorts. It was clear he'd been working out and she'd interrupted. He gestured for her to come inside.
Wait here while I grab a shirt.
Casey took a seat on the edge of his sofa and soaked in his space. It was masculine with leather seating and dark wood furnishings. She braced herself for the conversation to come. Would he welcome her into his space or make her feel like an intruder? She'd know soon enough. When he rejoined her, his eyes flashed with something. She couldn't tell if it was anger or regret, but there was emotion in his stormy expression.
What are you doing here, Casey?
I'm not sure. I needed to see you.
Why?
He reached over and took both her hands, pulling her to her feet.
Are you trying to torture me?
Electricity pulsed through her veins at his touch, and she leaned into the feeling. He cut off her words as his lips claimed hers, and his powerful arms wrapped around her. She responded, melting into him. Every part of her wanted to be Gage Buchanan's girl. How could she deny herself his affections when he was willing to give them? If she gave up her dreams of a career in Denver, she could have him. But was she willing? As the thought came, she pressed gently on his chest and leaned away from his kiss. It was painful, but she couldn't allow herself to bask in his kisses and the warmth of his touch if she was going to leave him. It wouldn't be right. She shouldn't be with him now. It had been a mistake to come.
You're going to walk away.
It wasn't a question. She knew he could feel that the warmth of her touch had turned cold. She'd shut herself off from the feelings he evoked in her. I don't want to.
Then don't go.
You would have me give up my career?
No, I would never ask that.
But you would have me spend the rest of my days in a town that hates me?
You know that isn't true,
he said. In the past few weeks, he'd helped her open her eyes to the people in freedom who cared about her. Real friends she'd been too blind to notice before.
Gage looked down at the woman in his arms. She'd been an eager participant in their shared embrace 5 seconds earlier. What happened to put a damper on her spark? Rational thought was impossible with volatile emotions and hormones raging through him. She'd clearly been able to think, or she wouldn't have talked herself out of being with him. Something spooked her, and it came out of nowhere. He didn't believe for a minute that her hesitation to get involved was about the job in Denver. It was a convenient excuse. She knew he would follow her there. Yet he was hesitant to tell her that. Something told him that the offer would spook her. She was afraid of intimacy. That much was clear from how she refused to open up to her friends. Most women had a best friend they could turn to, but most of Casey's friendships were superficial. Carly and Sabrina were both trying to get her to open up, and he sensed she wanted to let them in, but something held her back. He didn't know what, but if he had to guess, it was fear of abandonment. She'd lost her dad to prison, and her hero had fallen off his pedestal. "We can work through whatever's troubling you, Case." Her eyes filled with moisture, and she stared into his. "I should go." "Don't leave. I have to." He knew they weren't talking about her leaving his house. She was leaving freedom, leaving her friends, and leaving him behind. "If you walk out that door, I won't chase after you." She kissed his cheek and left. A stabbing sensation filled his chest cavity, but he didn't follow. He couldn't. If she wanted him, she'd have to come back on her own. What was that saying? If you love someone, set them free. That's what he would do. He would set her free and if they were meant to be together, she'd return. Chapter 14. When a text message alert sounded, Gage looked down at his phone. It was Casey. Again. She'd been texting him all morning, explaining all the logical reasons they couldn't be together. He'd ignored her messages. It wouldn't do any good to answer. She'd made up her mind, and so had he. It was kind of funny that Casey wanted to escape freedom. She'd always been an overachiever, but wanted to get out of town because of her dad's reputation. She'd somehow convinced herself that everyone saw her through the same lens they viewed her father through. It saddened him. He'd seen firsthand how many people loved her, but he wouldn't be able to convince her to stay. Unlike him, she'd done nothing to hurt anyone. There was validity to her comments about people talking behind her back, but he was certain they were sympathetic comments about how she'd been forced to grow up without a father because of her dad's selfish choices. In Gage's case, he'd been the one to make a poor choice, and he'd regretted it since. He'd tried to move on, had almost succeeded on a few different occasions, but somehow it kept coming back to reaping what you sowed. Yes, the Lord had forgiven him, as had his friend, but maybe the consequences of his actions would linger for good. He remembered how David in the Old Testament had wholeheartedly turned to God and regretted his sin, but God let him suffer many of the consequences of his sinful choices. Maybe that was the position he was in now. God forgave him and cherished him as a dear son, but he wouldn't remove the trouble. Why hadn't he offered to move to Denver to be closer to Casey? If his feelings for her were real, wouldn't he have done that? He could have continued to be the CEO and work out of their offices in Denver. There was no reason he needed to be in freedom. But then what happened when he followed the Lord's calling? Then what? Would he start a relationship he couldn't continue? Did that make any sense at all? It didn't. He would make certain they found Casey's mother and found the person responsible for threatening Casey, but beyond that, he had no responsibility. He needed to let her go. Once she was safe, he would complete his plans to go to Bangladesh. If he loved the Lord, he would obey his calling. Everything else was secondary. Even though it hurt, what was that expression people often quoted? If God brings you to it, he'll bring you through it. It seemed oversimplified, but he saw the wisdom in it. Maybe what happened with Casey was the Lord's way of pushing him to take that leap of faith he would have avoided otherwise. The sooner he completed the paperwork for Send the Light missions, the sooner he could make a life elsewhere too. Not only would he fulfill God's calling on his life, he would escape his tiny town where everything reminded him of his failures. His failure with Ivy, and worse, every time he talked with Danny, he remembered how they'd both failed to save the rest of their team. He'd never understand why he hadn't died that day. He should have died that day. Yet somehow he'd survived his injuries. Sometimes he wished he hadn't. But when he thought about his father and Carly, he was glad he'd come home. Another text came through. "Why are you being so pig-headed?" She had some nerve. How could she accuse him of being stubborn when she was the one leaving? He picked up the phone and texted back, "Look in the mirror." This was ridiculous. This was no way to conduct an adult conversation. He'd call. The phone rang 3 times before she answered. "Let me guess, you were ignoring me because you don't like the text." "Not quite." "Then why the call?" "I care about you, Case. I don't want our relationship to dissolve because of a few hurtful comments sent by text message in the heat of the moment. I thought maybe if we could talk, it would end the long message chain." "You're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you pig-headed." "I filled out the paperwork Send the Light mission sent me a few weeks ago." "Does that mean you'll be leaving?" "I'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure where they'll want to place me. They have a shortage of missionaries in closed countries, but I'm not sure I'm ready for that.
We discussed Bangladesh as a possibility.
Aren't you afraid to go there?
No. It won't be any harder than fighting a war in the Middle East.
Are we going to remain friends, or is this the end of our association? I move to Denver, you leave for foreign soil, and we never talk to each other again?
Is that what we are? Friends?
You know what I mean.
I don't know what will happen to our relationship. It's going to be hard with me leaving for the mission field and you taking that job in Denver.
You said you cared for me.
I do.
But your love for God means you must follow where He leads.
Exactly.
He scratched his head.
If you're leaving, why are you worried about what I'm doing?
My mind isn't made up.
Sure seemed like it was when you walked out my door.
I'm confused.
Then what was with this morning's text messages?
This is hard for me.
It's not easy for me either. I hope we can stay friends, as you put it, and that we won't drift apart. But when people are separated geographically, it's rare for them to remain close. We haven't been friends long, so I can't imagine it being different for us. He hated saying the words, but he had to be straight with her.
I don't want us to be apart.
You made your choice. It was Denver.
The way you say that makes it sound like I was choosing between you and Denver.
Weren't you?
I was choosing to pursue the next step in my career.
We both knew that you would have to make that decision. Now I'm making the choice we knew I'd make. We'll go our separate ways and everything will be fine.
It doesn't feel...
A terrified scream ripped through the line, and she was gone.
Gage dialed her cell but went straight to voicemail. He'd assumed she was at the office but wasn't certain. He dialed Sabrina's cell and asked her if Casey went to work. Learning that she did, he dialed 911. There was no way he could do her any good if he was in freedom and she was at work. He'd known about the risk to her safety, but somehow dismissed the threat while she was at the hospital. It was a mistake he hoped he wouldn't spend the rest of his life regretting.
The intruder held the pointy edge of his knife to Casey's throat. She took shallow breaths and tried to remain calm, but she'd seen the crazy look in the man's eyes before he'd grabbed her. She wasn't capable of rational thinking while being held at knife point. What do you want with me?
I want my little girl back.
Was she a patient? Did she die?
She died all right. Took her own life after what you people did.
I don't understand.
You will.
He pricked her neck with the tip of the blade.
We're going to walk out of here nice and slow. I'm going to record your death so your dear old daddy can watch you die like I watched Janice die.
Casey needed to alert security. If she made it out of the hospital with this maniac, it would be the end for her, and she needed to survive to rescue her mom. Did you take my mom?
I thought you'd come for her.
Where is she?
You don't know?
How could I?
I thought you would recognize me when I shot at you and your boyfriend.
We didn't get a good look at your face, considering you were shooting at us.
I thought you'd come for your mother. The plan was to let her watch you die, too.
Too?
Yes. I want to make sure both your parents see you suffer.
Where is my mom?
She'll see you soon enough. Everything is set.
Her mind raced. She needed to alert security to her predicament, but if she did, she might not find her mom. The best she could do was to let him take her to her mother and then find a way to escape.
Your father's getting released Monday morning. The moment he walks out of that prison gate, I'll start live streaming your murder.
Casey had heard nothing about her dad getting paroled. She drew in a shaky breath as the man pushed her through her office door and past the receptionist. When she reached the front doors, she looked up at the camera and mouthed, He has my mom. If someone reviewed the footage, they might see her message. Maybe they'd find them. It would help if she had some idea of where she was going, but she didn't have a clue. Knowing that he was Janice Brim's dad explained a lot, but she didn't know where he lived. All she knew was that Janice was one of the 5 girls who accused her father of rape. The court convicted him a year later, and he had lost every appeal since. She'd never heard that the girl had died. The pain this man must have endured was unimaginable, but she hated that he blamed her. She'd been taking the blame half her life for something she'd had no part in, and she was sick to death of it. She'd escape, and when she did, she'd make him pay for the suffering he'd caused her and her mom. When they reached the parking garage, Casey pulled away from him as he approached the trunk. There were cameras everywhere, and she wanted to make sure security noticed her getting into his Oldsmobile. That way they might take down the license plate and use it to find her. Her heart sank when she saw that there was no plate on the car. The man had been smart enough to remove it before showing up to kidnap her. This would be harder for law enforcement than she'd initially thought. He popped the trunk. "Get inside." Fear paralyzed her, and she stood there. "I don't want to kill you now, but if I have to, I will." She climbed into the trunk and turned on her side.
The hospital's head of security, Curtis, reviewed the footage from the parking garage while Gage stood over his shoulder watching. He should have been spending more time figuring out who was threatening her from the jump. It was stupid of him to trust the cops to handle it. They didn't have a powerful motive to care. He swallowed a lump in his throat. There was no good reason for him to be invested in the outcome either, but he was. "That's her," Gage pointed when Casey came into view. The man with her was the same one from the highway. She wasn't fighting to get away. He could see the man held a knife to her throat, but even if she couldn't overpower him, she could have screamed and gotten someone's attention. She was at the hospital. They'd be able to help her if he stabbed her. She had to know that if she went with him, her chances of survival diminished. There was more to this story. Then it hit him. The man must have told her that he had her mother. Casey's mother was her only family beside her father. He has her mother. "How do you know that?" the security guard asked. "She's been missing, and if Casey went that calmly, she had a reason. The only reason I can think of is that he threatened to kill her mother if she didn't go willingly. If that's the case, she also knows he's likely going to kill her mother anyway if he hasn't already." Curtis kept his eyes on the monitor while he spoke. "If there was any chance you could save your mother, you'd do it, right?" "Yes, sir." The sadness in the man's eyes told the story, but Gage didn't have time to ask questions. "The cops will arrive soon. I reviewed the footage from John Crawford's arrest. He's older now, but I'm pretty sure the man who took Casey is the father of one of his victims. The guy's name is Oscar Brim. Show the cops this footage and share my suspicions with them when they get here, would you?" Curtis nodded. "Going somewhere?" "To save her." "How are you going to do that?" "I have no idea." And he didn't. But now that he knew he had her, he'd figure out where Brim was taking her. Her life depended on his quick thinking, and he wouldn't let her down. Casey had been disappointed enough for one lifetime. He prayed for wisdom, discernment, and direction. With the Lord's help, he'd bring her home. And when he did, he would let her go. No more guilt trips. Maybe God had brought them together so she would have a rescuer, not so he would have a partner to walk through this life with. He would let her go if that's what his heavenly Father willed.
Casey's wrists were raw from trying to rid herself of the ropes binding her hands behind her back. She'd believed him when he said he had her mother, but she'd seen no sign of her in the dank space. Her throat was raw and constricting from her mold allergy. If she spent much longer there, he wouldn't need to kill her. Anaphylaxis would. As her eyes adjusted to the dark, she noticed a rough edge on a corner cabinet. If she could get to it, she might be able to use it to cut through the ropes. She tried to stand in the chair. Relief poured through her when it moved. At least it wasn't bolted to the floor. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she maneuvered across the floor attached to the chair. Positioning herself where she could best work the ropes against the sharp edge of the metal cabinet, she sawed back and forth until, just as she was seeing stars, the metal sliced into the tender skin of her right wrist. Stifling a yelp, she tried to stem the bleeding with her now free hand. Giving up on the blood, she quickly worked the knots, holding her legs to the chair. Footsteps sounded overhead. She weighed her options. She might overpower him if she were in optimal shape, but she was bleeding and getting a decent breath of air was impossible. If she remained there, she would die. There was a tiny window. Smashing it would make him run downstairs, but it was her only plausible option. How far away was help? Were there any close neighbors? Would they help her? She had to try. She used the last of her strength to smash one of the chair legs into the window, and then she cleared away as much glass as she could and stood on the chair to get up high enough to squeeze through the small space. Fresh air filled her lungs when she dropped out of the window. She ran into the woods and kept going until she collapsed. It was too late. Her vision went black.
Chapter 15. Gage studied the satellite map of Oscar Brim's property. He wasn't convinced the man would bring Casey to his house, but it was a starting place. If she wasn't there, he'd figure out where to look next. He called his buddy Heath at Got Your Sick Security and asked him to find out if the guy owned any other properties. He was less constrained by pesky things like warrants than the cops and would get the information to him in minutes instead of hours. There was another possibility he hadn't considered. Brim might not be holding Casey at all. He could have taken her into the woods and killed her, making disposing of her body easy and convenient. She wouldn't have gone with him easily if he were trying to drag her into the woods, though. Unless he told her that her mother was out there somewhere. The gravity of the situation sank in. Casey would do anything to save her mother. If that meant sacrificing her own life, she'd do it. Even if there was only a minuscule chance her mother would survive. His phone rang. Seeing Casey's number on the screen, he snatched it up. "Casey, are you there?" There was nobody on the other end. "If you can hear me, I'm looking for you. Text me your location, I'll come get you." The connection went dead. All that remained was a dial tone. He kept checking to see if she would text, but there was nothing. It could be her kidnapper taunting him, if he'd taken her phone. It wasn't the most likely scenario, but it was possible. If something happened to her right after they'd been arguing, would he be able to live with himself? Hadn't he had enough guilt for one lifetime? Would God let him lose her at a time like this? His phone rang, but it was Carly. "Can't talk now, sis." He hung up without waiting for a reply. She texted, "What's your problem?" "Casey kidnapped. She tried to call, keeping line open." She sent back a wow emoji, another text. "How can I help?" "By staying safe and out of the way." He didn't want to hurt Carly's feelings, but if she got involved, then two people he loved would be in danger. Love. Yes. He loved Casey. There was no longer any doubt about it. But he'd messed things up royally when he'd asked her to choose. Gage drove to the secluded property bordering Evergreen Ranch and parked in their lot. Chris and Candy were both outside and greeted him with huge smiles. "Christmas is over. You're kind of late for picking up a tree, aren't you?" "I have business next door. Do you mind if I park here?" "Not at all, but Oscar has plenty of parking." "I'm looking to surprise him, and that'd be hard to do if I drive in." Chris frowned, but didn't question him. "You're welcome to park here any time, Gage. Did you get my thank you card? I did, but you don't need to send a card every year. We'll order treats from you for the office and the Christmas party as long as you can provide them. We appreciate the business.
Gage shook Chris's hand and headed out on the trail that he knew would lead to Brim's property. Before long, when he glanced over his shoulder, he could no longer see Chris and Candy or the gingerbread-style building that housed their business. His sister loved browsing through the ornaments and other Christmas paraphernalia they sold, but he needed to focus on Casey now. If her abductor was holding her at his house, then Gage needed to find her and get her out of there. The house came into view. No vehicles were visible. Staying close to the tree line for as long as possible, he surveyed the area. When he neared the garage, he dashed across the drive and peered in the window. There was an antique car, looked to be a Ford Model A. There were no signs indicating anyone was home. He started back through the woods. A muffled moan was coming from somewhere behind him. Maybe Casey was on the property somewhere. The snow made it difficult, but he dashed toward the house as fast as he could. Using his boot, he broke a window and slipped inside. He remained still and listened for the moaning, but heard nothing. Room by room, he cleared the house and then the garage. There was nobody there, but he thought he heard someone. Unless it was an animal. No, he wouldn't believe that. It was Casey. Had to be. Back in the garage, he pulled down the ladder that led to the attic. Once again, there was nobody there. 3 computer monitors sat atop a sleek black desk in the space. A bulletin board covering one wall was plastered with newspaper articles about John Crawford. There was another dedicated to the suicide of Brim's daughter, Janice. Gage drew in a breath. Taking Casey was revenge for his daughter's death. How damaged must a person be to think it was okay to harm an innocent for the sake of getting even with one of their family members? It was unconscionable. A whiteboard on a stand on the other side of the desk drew his attention. Examining it, he found notations. Dates and times, initials, and what looked like coordinates. He plugged the coordinates into his GPS. Looked like it was near Freedom Mountain cabins. He racked his brain trying to think of what else might be near there, but kept coming up empty. He took photos of the whiteboard and the bulletin boards, and then moved the mouse to bring the monitors to life. It showed an ominous countdown on one screen, while another showed Margie Crawford curled up on a dirt floor. What looked like an empty basement with a toppled chair and a broken window displayed on the final monitor. Had Casey escaped, or had something gone terribly wrong? Lord, please protect her wherever she is, and help me find her.
Casey opened her eyes, but holding them open proved difficult. As she forced herself to take in her surroundings, it all came flooding back to her. The kidnapping and her desperate attempt to escape. Her breathing had returned to something close to normal, although the raw feeling in her throat from the anaphylaxis remained. If she died in that basement, it would have ticked off her captor since he was determined to kill her in front of her parents. But she needed to stay alive in order to find her mother and get her home safely. What atrocities had her mother faced since being abducted? Now that she'd been successful in escaping, what was next? She didn't know where she was and hadn't dressed for the weather. She stood and stumbled a few steps into the woods when she remembered her smartwatch. It had a compass. She didn't know where she was, but if she used it, she wouldn't wind up walking around in circles. That would be a plus. Nothing looked familiar, but she headed downhill, which from the looks of her compass was southwest. It felt like she'd been walking for ages when she reached a dirt road. It looked like someone plowed after the blizzard, but there was still a great deal of snow. There were deep ruts where tires had driven through. She walked in them so she could move faster. It was a risk to walk in the middle of the road. If Brim returned, he'd see her before she could get away.
He'd already checked the basement, but checked again. It was possible he'd missed a hidden room. Descending the stairs that led from the main level to the basement, he kept alert for any noise, but there was no sound. The quiet was ominous. The paneled room was carpeted with high windows on all four sides, so the chance of a hidden room were dwindling. He knocked on the paneling, and the walls behind it seemed solid. There was nobody down there. He pulled up the property on Google Earth. It didn't look like there were any barns, but he noticed a shed tucked into the woods. Maybe that was where the moans had come from. As he ascended the stairs, a car pulled into the drive. He had to get out quickly. Being caught inside the house wouldn't be smart. His hand automatically felt for the weapon he carried. Spying a coat closet near the front door, he slipped into it. He may have had time to escape through the back door, but remaining inside might give him insight into the man's plans. The door flung open and muttered curses flew. Gage had heard far worse during his time in the military, but his distaste for the man grew exponentially the more he listened to him. Oscar murmured expletives under his breath about Casey, and the urge to knock his teeth in was nearly overwhelming. But he remained silent in the back of the closet. When the handle on the closet door turned, he held his breath. No good could come of him being found in the man's house. The closet flung open, and Brim hung his coat on the hook on the back of the door before slamming it shut again. Gage's eyes closed as relief poured over him. More cursing as Brim discovered the broken window. Complaints about the damage grizzly bears did and the moronic neighbors who fed the birds drawing them in came next. Gage figured the man mustn't have friends, or he wouldn't spend so much time talking to himself. An hour later, after Brim heated something in the microwave, he opened the closet door once again and grabbed his coat. He stood there for a long moment, peering into the depths of the closet as if he sensed something was off. Finally, he withdrew himself, leaving the door open. He slammed the front door on the way out. Gage took a deep, steadying breath and reached for his Glock. He didn't want to be caught unaware if the man had pretended to leave in order to trick him into showing himself. When Gage heard Brim drive away, he departed through the front door and raced through the woods to check the shed he'd seen on the satellite. It held nothing but an old can of paint and a shovel. Gage hurried back to his car. He was out of breath when he reached it and ignored Chris and Candy, who were hurrying toward it. He backed out of the spot and peeled onto the highway. He'd wasted time checking the shed, and now he'd have a hard time catching up with Brim. Gage only had one clue where Brim might be keeping Casey, if he still had her. What he knew was that if he had any hope of saving her, he needed to catch up with Oscar so he could follow him. He should have surprised him back at the house and taken him out of play instead of giving him the opportunity to act on his deranged plans. He reached speeds that could get his license revoked. He soon caught up to the vehicle in front of him, but quickly realized it wasn't the one he'd been expecting. There were no passing zones on this stretch of road, but he was desperate, so he cut around the Jeep and pushed his car back up to 85 miles per hour. The muffled moans. He'd forgotten all about them. There had been no sign of Casey anywhere, but that didn't mean Brim wasn't keeping her in the woods somewhere. Making a U-turn, he lifted a prayer that he wasn't making a huge mistake. That video didn't look like it could be a hideout in the woods. But if she'd escaped from that basement room, Brim might have caught her and brought her back to his house. He sucked in a breath. He didn't know where he was holding her, if he was holding her. It was clear that someone had been held in that basement room, but there was no way of knowing for sure that it was Casey. Trusting his gut usually worked for him. There had been so many times in the war where he'd had to go by instinct, and it worked nearly every time. Except the one time when it didn't. When he and Daniel had both been wrong. When they'd made a poor call and men lost their lives. Children left without fathers, wives without husbands. He couldn't think about that right now. Right now, he needed to be in the present moment. Trust God to lead him to Casey. He couldn't lose her now. The Lord would guide him. he needed to put his trust in him. He arrived back at the house and jumped from the car, then darted into the woods. Listening closely for the noise he heard earlier produced nothing but the normal sounds of the woods in the winter. Water flowed under ice from the nearby creek, and leaves crinkled as the wind picked up. The night would be peaceful if it wasn't for the terror that marched up his spine. The timer he'd seen made it clear he didn't have long to find Casey. If Brim found her first and harmed her, he wouldn't think like that. Couldn't. Chapter 16. Gage had been trudging through the woods for more than an hour without hearing the moaning sound again. It must have been an animal. If it was, he'd wasted precious time he could have used to catch Oscar Brim and beat Casey's location out of him. A soft cry floated through the air. It wasn't his imagination after all. There wasn't an animal out there imitating a woman. Elk cries could certainly sound like women screaming, but this wasn't an elk. It was a human cry. He moved as swiftly as the snow would allow, following the tearful pleas for help. "Casey, is that you?"
"Who's there?"
A frightened whisper reached his ears, and he knew he was close. "It's Gage. I'm going to get you out as soon as I locate you."
"Underground. Animal trap."
It wasn't Casey's voice. Margie. Unless Brim held other women captive. No, that wouldn't make sense. This was retribution, plain and simple. Brim wanted to punish John Crawford. Taking Margie and Casey would accomplish that without needing to involve anyone else. "Margie, I have to be careful so I don't fall into the trap. I'll get you out though, okay?"
"Call for help."
He pulled out his phone. A single bar. It probably wasn't enough for a phone call, but he might get a text through. He shot off a text to Heath. He would get the authorities involved, and soon this place would swarm with first responders. Gage hoped that wouldn't increase the risk to Casey. 20 minutes later, after searching the area with a thermal imaging camera, they found Margie's heat signature, discovered a void covered with a brush pile, and cleared it. Gage stood off to the side as a cop and fireman worked together to get a ladder into the hole and lift Margie out. She looked weak. Instead of her normally flawless clothing and makeup, she wore footed pajamas and her face was smeared with dirt and tears. She was skin and bones. Gage wondered if Brim fed her during her captivity. He sidled up to Heath. "I need to find Casey." Swallowing the lump in his throat, he made eye contact. "I believe she's being held somewhere near Freedom Mountain Cabins." His buddy crossed his arms over his chest. "What makes you think that?" "I broke into Oscar Brim's house and garage. I found GPS coordinates along with some seriously incriminating stuff. We can't give this to the police. They won't be able to use it." "I know, but now that they found Margie on his property, they'll have reasonable cause to search his house. The problem is, we don't know how long Casey has left to live. And if Brim finds out that we rescued Margie, he might speed up his timeline." "Okay, let's head out there. I'll have a couple of my guys meet us there. You sure? You'd do it for me, wouldn't you?" "In a heartbeat. Let's roll."
Headlights shone on the road, and Casey darted into the woods, hoping to escape detection. Had he seen her? Was it him? It could be someone who could help, but she couldn't take a chance. If it was Brim, he'd kill her. She didn't think he would risk waiting to make her execution a public display. He would be afraid she'd escape again. Unless he had a place to keep her where she couldn't attempt an escape. The possibility made bile rise in her throat. If she didn't get out of this situation alive, her mother wouldn't either. Had Brim already killed her as revenge for Casey's escape? Lord help, I need your guidance. As the car approached, it slowed. He'd spotted her, but if she remained still, he would think she'd gotten away again. A woman's voice called out, but she didn't trust it. It might be a trick. What if he had the recording of a woman on his phone? She wanted to believe that help was near, but she didn't dare hope. She peeked around the tree. There was no woman. Brim held his phone. When his first ploy didn't work, he played another sound. Screaming. It was her mother. She was almost certain. Heaven help her. She didn't know what to do. Her mom was in danger. He was torturing her enough to cause blood-curdling screams. Was this tape from earlier, or did he have an accomplice? Was someone with her mom torturing her now? Casey took in another deep breath and waited in the silence. She would wait on the Lord. Be still and know that he was God. That's what he asked of her. It's what she would do. Not as easy as it sounded. "You want to play hardball, huh?" She closed her eyes in another silent prayer before peeking around the tree. Her eyes widened as he popped his trunk and dragged a woman out by her hair. Carly. How on earth had she gotten mixed up in this? Why would Brim harm her? Was he so deranged that he would take his vengeance out on someone with no connection to her father? Standing, she came out from behind the tree. "Let her go. It's me you want." "I can't do that now. You escaped, so now your little friend will have to die with you." Casey slowly walked toward her tormentor. She should run. He wasn't going to let Carly go for her cooperation. Yet she couldn't run off and leave Carly to face him alone. There was no honor in that. Although if she could get help, it might save Carly's life and her own. But she was no closer to getting help now than she'd been when she escaped. If the Lord didn't work a miracle now, there was no hope left. When she approached, Brim released Carly long enough to reach for Casey's wrists. Casey stepped back, and Carly hit him with a roundhouse kick to the jaw. They both took off running, but he quickly recovered and caught Casey. He snatched her ankle, drug her to the car's trunk, and deposited her inside. When the trunk closed, scuffling noises made it clear he didn't intend to allow Carly to escape. Brim wanted to carry out his cruel plans without Carly messing them up. It seemed like forever before the car door slammed and the car lurched forward. Was it possible? Had Carly gotten away? Lifting her voice, she sang praise to the Lord. The words to Amazing Grace felt natural, even as she huddled inside the dank trunk. Since she didn't have a phone, there was no flashlight to help her see if there was a safety latch that would open the trunk from the inside. She remembered reading that newer model cars had them. She searched, but couldn't find a lever. Switching her focus to finding a weapon, she felt around underneath her and behind her. Her hand closed around something. A crowbar. If she couldn't get out, she could at least smash him in the face when he tried to remove her from the vehicle. When he stopped the car, she was ready. She heard him stomping away. He'd left her in the trunk.
Thomas's name appeared on Gage's caller ID. He hit ignore. Now was not the time for distractions. When it rang again immediately, Gage picked it up. "What? Carly's been abducted. How? When? Why? I don't know. We had a date. I showed up to get her and she was gone. I let myself in with her key and saw signs of a struggle. When I reviewed her security camera, I saw her being shoved into the trunk of an Oldsmobile. His sister was in the hands of a killer, along with the woman he loved. How was he expected to navigate this? Heath? What's up? How was Thomas? Brim has Carly too. Could this get any more complicated? Heath grunted. What can you tell me about the location of the coordinates? The only thing near them I could locate on Google Maps was Freedom Mountain Cabins. What else do you know? From the live feed in Brim's office space above his garage, it appeared as if he was holding her captive in a basement. I'm assuming it's Casey he kept there. She must have broken a window and escaped from the look of things. What I don't know is if he recaptured her or if he'd bring her back to the same place. Heath scratched his chin. I remember an abandoned house in the area. It wouldn't be visible by satellite because of tree cover. It's surrounded by evergreens. It may be the place we're looking for.
This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Would he leave her there until he was ready to kill her? Lord, help. This can't be right. I can't die this way. It'll devastate Mom. What if he murders her, too? And Dad might be a creep, but even he didn't deserve to have his family slaughtered. What kind of monster was Brim that he would want to make them suffer because of the sins of her father? She flicked her wrist in annoyance, and the light on her watch flashed. Why hadn't she thought of that sooner? She could use the light to search for a lever. There was an indentation. She scooted around until she could reach it. There. Got it. The trunk popped open. Her eyes scanned the darkness. Seeing no one there, she scrambled out into the night. Surrounded by dark forest, she checked her watch again so she could follow the compass, but the battery died when she attempted to brighten the screen. That's what she got for putting off charging it until the last possible second. Now she was freezing cold and lost in the wilderness with no sense of direction. But it could be worse. She could be in that trunk. A verse popped into her head. For we walk by faith, not by sight. She couldn't remember what book of the Bible it came from, but that didn't matter now. What mattered was that she live out her faith in this moment. She had God to rely on and needed to trust like she'd never trusted before.
Why are you stopping the car? We need to walk around and see if anyone is here. We should drive up and see what's going on. Going in on foot will cause us precious time. We can't risk Brim hearing us coming. Fine, we'll do it your way.
They moved through the woods in near silence, and when Gage thought they were getting close, he was careful to step lightly to avoid giving away their presence. When the house came into view, they crept closer and concealed themselves in the shadows. Gage got down on his knees and peered in a broken basement window. Using his phone for a light, he found blood. She'd come through it had gotten cut. It was too dark to see much inside, but the chair he'd seen on the video was below the window. This is the place. Well. What do we have here? Oscar Brim's booming voice came from behind him. Gage turned slowly to stare down the barrel of a shotgun. Heath was nowhere around. Had he seen him coming? And if so, why hadn't he warned him? Maybe he'd continued their perimeter search after Gage knelt to check the window. Whatever the reason for his friend's absence, he avoided looking around for fear Brim would figure out he wasn't alone. Come for your girlfriend? Or your sister? He snickered. You can't save them both. Watch me. Mighty bold words for a man with a shotgun aimed at his head. Oscar placed his finger on the trigger. I'll let you choose which one lives before I shoot you. I'll leave their lives in God's capable hands. You're more of an idiot than I thought. Maybe I'll let you watch me torture your girlfriend. Get on your feet. Gage stood, and Brim shoved him forward toward the Oldsmobile. Keeping his gun trained on Gage, Oscar reached for his keys and hit a button. The trunk popped open. Brim's eyes went wide, and he lowered the gun for a fraction of a second. Heath came out of nowhere, tackling Oscar and knocking the gun from his hands. Gage grinned at his friend. I knew you would save the day. Two other men stood around the car with guns trained on Brim. It's a good thing you didn't come alone. Judging by the look on his face, he thought one of the girls was in that trunk, but she must have escaped. We're pretty far off the road. She won't be able to find her way out of these woods at night. Call in search and rescue. Can you grab the zip ties from my coat pocket so I can toss your friend in the trunk while we search the house?
Gage fished the zip ties out of Heath's pocket and tightened them around Brim's wrists, then tossed him into his trunk and slammed it shut. Heath instructed his men to contact the authorities.
Chapter 17. Casey stumbled onto the road and fell onto her knees. She'd made it this far, but she had little strength left. If Brim came down the road, it would mean certain death. She should get back into the woods and keep off the road. As she rose to her feet, headlights blinded her and she collapsed again. Running was no longer an option unless the Lord filled her tank. Brakes squealed and she resigned herself to her fate. Sure, she'd fight, but it wouldn't do any good. "Casey!" It sounded like Gage. Her mind was playing tricks on her. He wouldn't know how to find her. Strong arms scooped her up and held her close. "I thought I'd lost you." He kissed the top of her head, and she nestled her face into his neck. If she were hallucinating, she might as well enjoy it. Another man's gruff voice interrupted her peaceful daydream. "Have you seen Carly?" His words brought her back to the moment. She wasn't dreaming. Gage held her in his arms. But her friend was out there somewhere alone in the woods. "Carly escaped into the woods. I don't know where she is now." "We'll get helicopters to search the area. Let's get you home safely." "Can't go home. Brim will find me there." "We got him, Case. You're finally safe. But you should spend the night at the resort again after you get checked out at the hospital." "What about Mom? I have to find her." "She's safe, too. She's in the hospital. I'll take you to her, and then I need to search for my sister." "No, I'll stay with you." "You're in no shape for that." She shook her head. There was no way they would send her away when it was her fault Carly was in this mess. Gage squeezed her hand. "Let's get you in the car. We'll use the resort as a home base to coordinate the search for Carly. Bryce has resources for rescues that are hard to come by." "Thanks for coming for me." There was no alternative. I couldn't let the woman I love be murdered by a madman, now could I? "You love me?" "I do. But we don't have time to talk about feelings." She nodded as he placed her gently into the back seat and buckled her seatbelt for her. His actions made her feel both safe and helpless at the same time.
Gage entered the conference room as Bryce talked over Heath and Max. "Are we going the helicopter?" "I sent it, but it's unlikely my guys will find anything. The darkness is thick tonight." Bryce glanced at his watch. "First light isn't too far off. Might not seem like it to us as we sit in the warm lodge, but to Carly out there in the woods, it may feel like days instead of hours." "We're on it," Heath said. Thomas and Danny joined the other men in the conference room. Gage noticed Danny's mussed hair and his red eyes. It looked like he'd woken from a sound sleep. He sank into the chair beside Gage. "Does this scene feel eerily familiar to anyone else?" Gage cracked his knuckles. "If you mean my sitting here in safety while my sister's life is in danger, then yes, it is quite familiar. Sorry, man. I didn't mean it to sound cold. It just occurred to me we've been here before. It's fine. We need to get her home. Hopefully this time we can recover her unscathed." Thomas rarely spoke, and his whispered words caused everyone to turn in his direction to hear what he had to say. "I was going to propose tonight. The ring is in my pocket. She probably would have said no again, but I had to try." "I'm not so sure about that, buddy." Gage lifted a corner of his mouth. "If I were to venture a guess, I'd say she'd been hoping you would ask again." "Let's get her home so you can do just that," Bryce said. Bryce's push-to-talk went off with an update, but he told them he'd call them back for a better connection. The group of men around the conference table held a collective breath as they waited for the call to complete. Bryce disconnected the call.
They spotted tracks near Freedom Falls that they think might have been human, but they couldn't find a heat signature. That isn't close to where Casey thought she'd last seen her, so I doubt she's there. We're going to need some people to head in on sleds. This is dangerous terrain. We need men with experience. Gage, Danny, and Bryce volunteered, and Max agreed to run point at the resort. Thomas wanted to go, but they convinced him to remain behind and let the veterans handle her rescue. He reluctantly agreed to their plan.
Casey woke up in a darkened room with a gasp. It took a moment to remember where she was. Gage and Heath had come to her rescue, and she was safe and sound in her room at the resort. Carly wasn't so lucky, unless they'd found her while she slept. After looking in the mirror, she realized she needed to wash the blood and mud away, so she showered and dressed before heading downstairs. Gage wasn't in the conference room when she arrived. Glancing around, she saw several familiar faces. She took a seat and looked from face to face. Is Carly back yet?
No, but they think they spotted her tracks. Gage, Danny, and Bryce went to get her.
She nodded and blinked back tears as she lifted a prayer heavenward for Carly's safety. The previous night, she'd been determined to help, but exhaustion had overtaken her before they'd even pulled into the parking lot. It was no wonder Gage had taken her upstairs and left her there.
Gage motioned to Bryce and Danny and brought his sled to a stop. I think I see something. He dismounted and hiked over to the top of the falls, looking over the edge to where he'd seen the flash of pink. If she'd fallen onto the rocks below from this height, she wouldn't have survived. Prayers lifted from his broken heart as the reality of Carly's chances of survival hit him square in the heart. Ice covered the rocky stairs leading to the bottom, slowing his progress. He hadn't thought to bring crampons. His boots slipped and he twisted his body to protect his head as he crashed over the rocks. He tried to grasp a rock, but scraped the skin off his knuckles instead. His left foot gained purchase and he straightened. The last section of the stairway leading to the base of the falls had wider rocks, making it possible to scoot across them on his backside instead of clinging to them with his toes. He reached the bottom and headed toward the pink fabric he'd seen. A primal scream tore from his throat when he realized it was nothing but a piece of torn fabric. Danny was a few steps above him. What is it? It's just fabric! Bryce joined the two of them. Help! He barely heard the whispered plea. Carly was near. Carly, where are you? Help me find you! Gage turned in a slow circle. The falls were partially frozen, but a steady flow of water continued to pound beneath the ice. He strained to hear Carly's words above the noise, but failed. She called again, and he thought it sounded like she was behind the water. If he got soaked, hypothermia wouldn't take long to set in. But with most of the falls turned to ice, he should be able to climb behind the flow without getting soaked. It didn't matter anyway. He wouldn't leave his sister. He was going in. I'm going to check behind the falls. Danny nodded. Holler if you need us. Keeping as close to the wall of earth and rock as possible, he shimmied closer to the opening until he spied the cave behind the falls. Frigid water dumped down the back of his coat onto his neck and back as he passed the waterfall and entered the dark space beyond. Raising his hood might have been wiser, but it was too late to consider that now. Carly, are you in there? Her soft voice answered. I'm here. His eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he spotted her huddled near the back. Did you fall from the top? No. I hiked it another way. I don't know how I wound up here, but the cave behind the falls protected me from the wind, and seemed like a safe place to hide from that man. Hiding makes it hard for a rescue team to find you. And harder for a predator to find me. She had a point. Colorado's wilderness was full of danger, and most of it wasn't the human variety. Let's get you out of here. He took off his coat and draped it over his sister's shoulders, then stuck his hat over her head. How are you going to stay warm? Don't worry about me. I'll be able to warm up soon enough, but you've been out exposed to the cold all night. Danny was waiting when they emerged from behind the falls.
Bryce is bringing the snowmobiles around another way. It'll take longer, but it'll be safer than climbing back up those icy rocks.
Casey stood back as the guys brought Carly into the lobby. Gage set her down by the fire. He glanced around and their eyes met.
Can you check her out?
She nodded and moved forward. Everything looks good. I recommend getting checked out at the hospital, though. Not this time. I'm fine. Carly met her eyes. Thanks to you. If you hadn't come forward, he wouldn't have let me go long enough for me to run. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if Brim harmed you to spite me. Thomas drew Carly into his arms. Casey grabbed Gage's hand. Let's go to my suite and give those two some privacy. When they arrived upstairs, he collapsed onto the sofa. Long night, huh?
It was. I thought for sure I'd lost both of you.
She sank down beside him and curled her body into his. You're my hero. He lifted her chin and stared into her eyes.
No, you were the hero. Carly told me how you sacrificed your own safety for hers. It was stupid.
His eyes hardened.
But heroic.
She laid her head back down on his chest and inhaled deeply, reveling in his woodsy scent.
Gage pulled up outside the lodge at 6 p.m. He should have called first. Upon entering the lobby, the first thing he spotted was Bryce up on a ladder adjusting a painting. "Why are you the one doing that?" Bryce shook his head. "Sabrina wouldn't trust anyone else with it. She called the painting priceless." "A famous artist?" "A local artist painted it. Claire Odom." Bryce climbed down the ladder. "You here for dinner?" "I need to talk to Casey." "She didn't tell you." "Tell me what?" "That she was going home. She left around noon." "You'd think she would have told me, wouldn't you?" Gage asked. "Maybe I'm reading too much into your relationship with her, but you two are seeing each other, aren't you?" "Who knows? I thought we were." She was probably home packing for Denver with no intention of asking him to tag along, even after all they'd been through. He closed his eyes and shook his head. He'd come to tell her that he wasn't going to back out on the mission trip. If she would have him, he would return to her. But he had to go. It didn't look like the conversation would be necessary after all. "Maybe I will eat at the lodge. You up for it?" "Sure." They ate prime rib, and Bryce carried the conversation. Gage knew his friend was trying to keep his mind off Casey, but nothing could. "Maybe you should stop by her house." "Nah." "Okay, then at least text her." "I'll do that." He pulled out his phone. "Leaving on missions trip next week. Came to say goodbye, but you were gone." Her reply came instantly. "Okay." Danny cleared his throat. "How does Carly feel about taking over Freedom Mountaineering?" Gage chuckled. "She's annoyed, as you would expect. Dad's going to come out of retirement for a bit and help her get a handle on things. How is your dad doing?" "Much better, thanks." "Is his memory back to normal?" Danny asked. Gage smiled. "It is. He's better than he's been in years. It's amazing how quickly he recovered from the surgery. Seems to me you have a lot to be grateful for." "You're right. I do." Gage tapped his fingers on the edge of the table. "I'm worried about Carly. She claims I'm overprotective whenever I bring up her health, but I can't help stressing out. What if something happens while I'm away? Leave her in God's hands and trust that Thomas will help her if anything comes up. He's a good man, isn't he?" "Sure is," Danny said. "Taking this trip is the ultimate test for you. Going will not only prove that you're willing to go where the Lord leads, but also that you trust him to take care of Carly and your father. And Casey. And Casey." Danny leaned forward. "Are you planning to marry the girl when you return?" "No." He downed the rest of his water and set down his glass. We're over. She made her decision, and I won't push her for more than she's ready to give. Chapter 18. Gage sipped his coffee and picked at a muffin while he listened with half an ear as the other guys in the veterans group shared about recent struggles. Thoughts of Casey consumed him. No matter how hard he tried to push them away, they remained. Danny made eye contact. Do you have anything you'd like to share? He sighed. I guess. Bryce leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. Let's hear it. I'm conflicted. About? I'm supposed to leave soon. Casey knew I felt called to be a missionary. We discussed it. But I'm feeling overwhelmed with guilt at the thought of leaving her behind. The solution is simple. Bryce sat up straighter. Take her with you to Bangladesh. Gage narrowed his eyes. Get real. Danny picked up his Bible and held it out. If any woman would have you choose her over God, she isn't the woman for you. That's just it. She's been telling me all along that I should follow where God's leading. She was the one who inspired me to go. Then listen to the woman, Bryce said. Even if it means losing her? Absolutely. Only God knows what's best for you in the long run. So if he says go, go, Danny said. You're right. I guess I needed to hear it from someone else.
Casey listened to the local news as she grabbed the packing tape from the counter and secured the last of the boxes. The moving company would arrive any minute. Leaving freedom felt rotten. Her heart was going to be leaving for Bangladesh first thing in the morning, so it was time for her to go too. A tear slid past her defenses and she brushed it away. Her attention snapped back to the news when the anchor mentioned her last name. She grabbed the remote and hit the back button to hear what they'd said. A crowd of protesters was present early this morning when former police officer John Crawford was released on parole. This case was recently in the news again when Crawford's daughter was abducted by one of his victim's father, Oscar Brim. She paused the newscast and called her mom. Are you watching the news? I am. Why don't you come over? The moving company will arrive soon. Then I'll come over to your place. 5 minutes later, her mother arrived. Casey greeted her at the door with a hug. Now that her father was a free man, would he want to see her? He'd ruined her perfect life, so she didn't want to renew a relationship with him. You haven't been to see him, have you? Her mom brushed away a tear. Casey shook her head. There's no point. Her mother sat on the edge of the sofa and picked up the remote. It might do you some good to tell him how you feel. I don't think so. Well, I won't push it, but keeping your feelings buried won't help. An hour later, the moving company arrived, and she left them to their work and said her goodbyes to her mother. As her mother drove away, a sedan pulled into her driveway. She held onto the rail for support. The car window lowered. I know you don't want to see me, but please, let me say what I came to say, and I'll get out of your hair. It took every ounce of strength she possessed to remain standing there as her father bounded up her front steps, looking fitter than ever. An hour and 100 apologies later, he said his goodbyes. She didn't expect to see him again. At least, she hoped she wouldn't. He'd seemed remorseful, but the hurt ran deep. She'd told him she forgave him, but renewing their father-daughter relationship was out of the question.
Gage walked Bullet over to his father's house. Tears filled his eyes as he hugged his dog. Man's best friend was an apt description, and he didn't know how he'd function without his buddy. He stood and shook hands with his father. Thanks for taking him, Pops. It's my pleasure, son. His father held him in a tight hug, then took a step back. Gage waved one last time and made the trek back home alone. A sharp pain settled over his chest, and he rubbed at it as if he could wipe it away. When he arrived back at the house, he hauled his duffel bag outside just as Danny pulled up to drive him to the airport. "Are you sure about this, man?" "Do you mean, am I sure this is God's calling on my life?" Danny swallowed and met his gaze. "Yeah, I am." "What about Casey?" "That's the funny thing about all this. I believed God was blessing my relationship with her, and why he would do that when he wants me to go, I can't understand." "That's a tough one." "This missions trip is preparatory. They're sending me for 3 months to get acclimated. Then what? I come home for 3 months before going back for a year. After that, it's hard to say what follows." Danny slapped him on the back. "Let's get you on the road to God's will, then." "I think I was on the road the moment I signed on the dotted line." "We'll miss you around here." "Good to know." The corner of his mouth tipped up in a half smile. "I never thought you and I would be on good terms again. I let it go years ago, Gage. If it weren't for what happened with you and Ivy, Ashley and I never would have been married. I can't regret anything that led me to her." "Yeah, but God would have brought that about another way. I didn't have to betray you." "Maybe not, but let's not dwell on the past. You're doing what you were called to do, and I can't imagine it's easy to leave." Gage shrugged his shoulder, biting back the emotion that wanted to come to the surface. Leaving his family and Casey was incredibly hard. They hadn't spoken since she checked out of the lodge. He kept telling himself it was better that way. Casey was in Denver now, so there would be no tearful goodbyes.
Casey drove to Gage's house, hoping she wasn't too late. She needed to let him know how she felt before he got on that plane. She was riddled with guilt, afraid he would choose her over his calling. But the selfish part that wanted a life with him couldn't turn the car around. Prayers tumbled from her lips as she drew closer. She asked the Lord to show her what to do. She pulled her car to the side of the road. She couldn't do this. It wouldn't be fair for her to offer her love at a moment like this. He'd committed to something amazing and had given up control of his company in order to accomplish this dream. The least she could do was get out of the way and let him surrender to God completely. Her heart sank as she saw Danny's hunter green F-150 drive past. Gage was in the passenger seat. It was over. He was gone. She rubbed her chest as if she could soothe the ache in her heart that told her she'd made a grave mistake in letting Gage go. But what right did she have to hold him back? If the Lord wanted him in Bangladesh, then that was where he needed to be. Hypocrite. That's what she was. She'd known full well that the Lord didn't want her to take that job in Denver, and that running away from her problems wasn't a solution. She'd read God's word enough times to know that everything she'd been doing to escape freedom was out of his will. Yet she'd chosen to follow her own selfish desires rather than take time to figure out what God wanted from her. Now she needed to live with the fruits of her own poor choices. 3 months later, Carly called to invite Casey to a party to celebrate Gage's return. He was coming home, but he wouldn't be staying. She had one chance to make things right, and she would do whatever it took to once again capture the attention of Gage Buchanan. A long phone call with the director of Send the Light missions and an hour of mind-numbing paperwork later, she felt prepared to face him. Now it was time to wow him. She'd start by seeking a friend. A friend. She liked the sound of that. Sabrina answered on the first ring. How would you feel about ditching work and going shopping with me tomorrow?" "Sounds like fun." Sabrina paused for a moment before continuing. "What's the occasion?" "Gage is coming home." "You know he's not staying, right?" "I do." "Then sure, I'd love to go shopping. Are you going to be in town or should I meet you in Denver?" "I'm here, at my mom's house." "I'll pick you up there around 10 a.m.? "Perfect. Thanks for agreeing to go. I can use a girl's day out. I'm surrounded by testosterone at home. Speaking of which, I've got to go before they wreck the house." Casey laughed as the call disconnected. It would be such fun to have a house filled with love and laughter like Bryce and Sabrina had with their son. Maybe someday God would bless her with a child. But right now, she had to do what she could to get the guy of her dreams to take another chance on her.
His return flights left Gage exhausted, and he wanted nothing more than a hot shower and his mattress. He trudged across the lawn and through the front door with Carly trailing behind. "Would you unlock the door already? This bag is getting heavy," Carly said. "Seriously? You have my carry-on. I should have let you carry the duffel." He twisted the key in the lock and pushed. Movement caught his attention, and he reached for a weapon he no longer carried. The room exploded in cheers as people jumped up from behind the furniture. Apparently, his sister didn't have enough common sense to fill a thimble. Surprising a combat veteran by having people jump out from behind furniture wasn't smart. Thankfully, he was unarmed. No harm done except to his heart rate and blood pressure. He narrowed his eyes in Carly's direction. "What were you thinking?" "Were you surprised?" He heaved in a breath and mumbled, "Was I ever?" He dropped his duffel bag in his bedroom and made the rounds around the room, greeting his friends and neighbors. While he was chatting with Bryce, his gaze collided with a pair of big blue eyes. "Excuse me a minute." He made his way across the room to where Casey stood alone, staring at him. "You came," he said. "Wouldn't have missed it." "Look," they said simultaneously. "You first," she said. "I know you didn't want me to go, but you were the one who told me to follow God's leading." "I'm glad you did." The ache in his chest grew stronger. She was glad he was gone. Had she already met someone else? Was he that easily replaced? "You are?" "Yes." She took his hand in hers. "Look, I know I should have figured this all out sooner, but I love you. I can't imagine my life without you, and I believe God will bless our relationship." He pulled his hand back and dragged his fingers through his hair. "How can you say that now? You knew I loved you before I left. You told me to follow this calling." "Will you marry me, Gage?" Shock shivered down his spine at her words. He wanted nothing more than to make her his wife, but it was impossible. "I would love to, but I'm committed to missions now, Case. Your life is here in Colorado." "What if it's not?" "What do you mean?" "What if God wants me to go with you? What if my medical training was all preparation for joining you on the mission field?" "Is he calling you to missions?" "He's calling me to you, and you're a missionary. So yes." "Are you sure about this, Casey? I'll be home for 3 months. You can take time to think about it." "I've spent 3 months thinking and praying about it already." "In that case, yes, I'll marry you." He crushed her to himself and kissed her with a passion that hinted of forever. Everyone cheered, and he remembered they weren't alone. Casey broke away and shouted, "He said yes!" Laughter filled the room, and he whispered into her ear, "You're supposed to have a ring if you're doing the asking." "Sorry, I don't have any experience in these things." "I'll be back in a minute." He opened his nightstand and pulled out the box beside his Bible. He'd prayed over this moment and felt God's blessing over it, but had left the ring here and gone on to missions because he couldn't ask Casey to give up everything and join him. But she'd chosen him, and he couldn't be happier. "Case, let's do this properly." He opened the box so she could see the ring, then got down on one knee and took her left hand in his. "Will you marry me?"
"I will."
He slid the ring onto her finger and grinned up at his future bride. Life would be complete from here on out. With God, all things were possible. And though he'd believed he had to choose between Casey and the missions field, the Lord had other plans.
Epilogue. Casey fiddled with the strap on her dress while Sabrina and Carly fussed over her hair and makeup. Nervous anticipation had kept her awake all night, so Carly was trying to hide the evidence. "You will look like you got 12 hours of sleep if it kills me to make it happen." Carly swiveled her chair around so she could look. "Yellow concealer works on black under the eye bags every time." "I'm not sure I'll need to know that while I'm living in the jungles of Bangladesh." "You never know when a tip like that might come in handy." Carly walked over to the window. "I wish you guys were staying in freedom." "It'll be our home base." "That you'll visit once every other year or so." "We'll see. For now, I'm excited about starting this new adventure with Gage." Carly returned and gave her a hug. "I'm glad we'll be sisters." "Mom, what are you doing?" "Fixing my hair." "It looks fine." "Carly, is your dad seeing anyone?" "Oh." Casey hadn't seen that coming. Her mother hadn't dated since the divorce. "No, he isn't. And I have it on good authority that he thinks you're a class act." Her mom's face took on a pink hue. "Really? He said that?" "Yep, he told me himself." Wow, that was something else. She wondered for a second if it would be weird for her mom and Gage's dad to be dating, but decided it wouldn't. They could be one big happy family. Too bad she and Gage were leaving first thing in the morning. They wouldn't have time to see with their own eyes how it went, but they'd check in on them and get the scoop. "Mom, there's something I've been meaning to ask you." "What's that, hon?" "Will you take Hazel while I'm gone?" "Of course I will." "Thanks." Tears filled her eyes. She hated to leave her feline friend behind, but knew it was better for the cat to stay with her mom than it was for her to join them on the mission field. Turning her attention back to the biggest event of her life, she smiled at her mom. "Do I look okay?" "You are the most beautiful girl in the world. You've been telling me that my whole life. And it's as true today as it was when you were 2. Carly, do I look ready?" "I agree with your mom. Now go out there and make my brother the happiest man in Colorado."
Gage shifted from foot to foot as he waited for Casey to join him at the front of the church. They'd kept the wedding low-key since the time they'd had for planning it was short. Pastor Stevenson presided over the ceremony. His father and Casey's mother were in the front pew, and their closest friends were in attendance. But it was a small gathering of less than 20 people. They knew they risked offending some of their acquaintances, but sometimes sacrifices needed to be made when time was a factor. As Casey entered, his focus shifted to her. She slowly sashayed down the aisle in a white dress that was elegant in its simplicity. Her hair was piled on top of her head with curls spilling out. Never before had he seen such a lovely image. He wanted to sear it into his mind so he would never forget this moment. She stepped up on the platform and faced him, and his mouth went dry. Would she go through with it? The whole thing? Marry him and join him on the adventure of a lifetime? Only one way to find out. The service went without a hitch, and the pastor looked at him first. "Gage Buchanan, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife in sickness and in health. I do. And Casey Crawford. The ringing in his ears muffled the rest of the pastor's words as he waited for her answer.
I do.
He didn't wait for permission to kiss the bride. He pulled her to himself and kissed her. When they separated, her wide smile told him everything he needed to know. She might be younger, but no doubt remained in his mind. She was the woman God made for him. The only one he'd ever dated, equipped to take on life as a missionary family. His heart swelled with hope for what their future would bring. With God at the helm calling the shots, he knew that no matter where their travels led them, they'd always find their way home to him.
This has been Inspired by the Hero, written by Elle. Narrated by Emily Norman and Nick Flesher. Copyright 2022 by Elle. Production copyright 2025 by Elle.